I didn't know my life was about to change that night. If you had looked at us from a distance, you would have seen something ordinary, almost enviable. A woman sitting on the couch in the apartment she shared with the man she was supposed to marry. A wedding magazine open across his lap. My laptop glowing on the coffee table. September plans, guest lists, flower arrangements. The kind of domestic scene people call stable because they don't know how quickly stability can rot from the inside. But I remember the first detail that told me something was wrong. It was the sound of Ethan's finger tapping against the glossy magazine page. Not casually, not absent-mindedly. It was sharp, repetitive, anxious. His jaw was tight too, clenched in that rigid way that meant he was grinding his teeth. He wasn't reading a single word in front of him. His eyes were fixed on the page, but they never moved. He was rehearsing something in his head, building up the nerve to say it. So I closed my laptop and asked, gently, "You've been quiet tonight. Are you okay?" He flinched. That tiny reaction went through me like cold water. It was the kind of flinch people make when they've been caught doing something they know they shouldn't. He told me he was tired, said the wedding planning was exhausting. I tried to smile, tried to pull us back into something normal. I made a joke about whether we really needed the chocolate fountain, or if that should be the first thing cut from the budget. He didn't smile. Instead, he snapped the magazine shut so hard it made me jump, then looked at me with this strange, deliberate seriousness and said, "We need to talk about the wedding, about us, about some fundamental things." That word, fundamental, made my stomach drop. There are moments when your body understands the truth before your mind catches up. Mine did. I felt the floor tilt beneath me. My heartbeat turned loud and uneven. I asked if something had gone wrong with the budget, if he was stressed about money, if we'd overlooked an expense. He cut me off. "It's not about money," he said. "It's bigger than that." And then, sitting there in the warm yellow light of the apartment we had built together over 5 years, the man I thought I knew looked me in the face and calmly told me he wanted to date other women before deciding whether I was truly the right person to marry. In that moment, something inside me didn't shatter. It went cold. My name is Anna Blake, and at the time all of this happened, I was 32 years old. I worked in operations strategy for a mid-sized healthcare technology company, which is a polished way of saying I was the person people called when something was inefficient, disorganized, or quietly falling apart behind the scenes. I liked systems. I liked clarity. I liked knowing where things stood. I was the kind of woman who kept spreadsheets for major expenses, sent thank you notes on time, and always packed an extra charger in her bag because I hated preventable problems. Maybe that was part of why what Ethan did hit me so deeply. Not just because it was cruel, but because it was chaos disguised as honesty. We met in college when I was 27 and he was 26. It was one of those meetings that sounds more cinematic in hindsight than it felt in real time. A mutual friend had dragged me to a small off-campus gathering I almost skipped because I had a statistics exam the next morning. Ethan was there, standing by the kitchen counter, laughing with 2 other people, one hand wrapped around a cheap plastic cup, the other gesturing animatedly as he told some ridiculous story that had half the room listening. He wasn't the loudest man there, but he had that kind of presence that made people angle toward him without realizing they were doing it. Later that night, I ended up next to him while reaching for the last bottle of sparkling water in a cooler full of beer. He smiled and let go first. "You can have it," he said. "You look like someone who actually came here hydrated." I laughed harder than the line deserved, and he grinned like he knew it. That was Ethan in the beginning. Charming, observant, warm in a way that felt effortless. He made people feel chosen, seen. He remembered small details, asked thoughtful follow-up questions, and had this talent for making ordinary conversations feel intimate. Within a few weeks, we were studying together, then having coffee, then drifting into the kind of daily closeness that becomes love before either person officially names it. For a long time, being with him felt easy. We grew up beside each other in so many ways. first jobs, shared rent, burnt dinners in tiny kitchens, long drives with bad playlists, nights spent talking about the future with the complete arrogance of young people who think love is enough to protect them from everything. We were together through job changes, family illnesses, apartment moves, financial stress, and the strange, quiet disappointments of adult life that never look dramatic from the outside, but still wear you down. Through all of it, I thought we were building something real, and in many ways, we were. That's the part that makes stories like this so hard to explain. People always want a clean villain origin, a single flashing warning sign, some obvious moment where the mask slipped and any sensible woman would have walked away. Life rarely works like that. The truth is that Ethan was not cruel all the time. He was not careless every day. He could be attentive, affectionate, funny, and deeply persuasive. That is exactly why I stayed as long as I did. That is exactly why I agreed to marry him. When he proposed, it happened on a lakeside boardwalk near the place where we'd had one of our earliest real dates. It wasn't extravagant, but it was thoughtful, and that mattered more to me. The evening air had been cool. The lights strung along the railing reflected softly on the water. And when he knelt down, his hands were trembling. I remember covering my mouth, laughing and crying at once, feeling that rush women are taught to trust, the one that says, "Here, this is it. This is your person. This is the life you've been walking toward." I said yes, without hesitation. I meant it. And for a while, I believed he meant it too. His family was never especially easy with me, though I worked hard to make it so. His mother had a polished, careful way of speaking that often sounded polite until you replayed it later and realized she had been criticizing you the entire time. His sister Lauren had a habit of treating every disagreement as if it were a courtroom argument she intended to win. Family dinners with them often left me smiling through dessert while my shoulders ached from tension. But I showed up. I brought gifts on holidays. I remembered birthdays. I listened to stories I'd heard 3 times already. I told myself that marriage meant joining lives, not just loving a man in isolation. Looking back, the warning signs were not dramatic. They were subtle, easy to excuse. There were moments when Ethan seemed to need admiration more than connection. Moments when he lit up most brightly in rooms full of new people, especially women who didn't know him well enough yet to see his contradictions. There were little comments too, casual things, remarks about how we had never really dated around before committing, jokes about how weird it was to have only had one truly serious relationship, questions about whether people who settled young ever secretly regretted it. At the time, I treated those comments like passing thoughts, the kind everyone has and lets go. I didn't realize he was feeding them. I also didn't understand how much of our relationship had quietly begun to orbit his uncertainty. Not obvious uncertainty about me specifically, but uncertainty about himself, his choices, his image, his life. I was building a home. He was still, in some part of himself, scanning the horizon for alternatives. And because love makes women generous in ways we don't always notice, I interpreted his restlessness as stress, pressure, wedding nerves. I gave it kinder names than it deserved. By the time we were deep into planning the wedding, I thought we were in the exhausting but normal phase. Vendor calls, seating charts, budget revisions, tiny logistical arguments that didn't mean anything larger. I thought the heaviness around him was ordinary, temporary. I had no idea that while I was building a future, he was already standing at the edge of it, wondering whether another woman somewhere might offer him a version of himself he found more exciting. And I had no idea that the man who put a ring on my finger was about to ask me to wait politely while he went looking. Looking back now, the night Ethan asked for his pause didn't appear out of nowhere. It had been growing quietly for months, like a crack in a wall that starts as a thin line and only becomes obvious once the plaster begins to split. At the time, though, I didn't recognize it for what it was. I thought he was just stressed. Wedding planning has a way of amplifying everything. Small logistical decisions suddenly feel enormous. Budgets stretch. Families start inserting opinions about flowers, seating arrangements, traditions you never cared about until someone insists they are sacred. Ethan had started making little comments weeks before that night. Not accusations, not complaints, just questions. One evening while we were cooking dinner, he leaned against the counter, watching me chop vegetables, and said casually, "Do you ever wonder what life would have been like if we had dated more people before settling down?" The question felt random, but I shrugged. "Not really," I said. "I dated enough to know what I wanted." He smiled, but there was something distant behind it. "Yeah," he said, "I guess." Another time we were at a friend's birthday party downtown. The bar was loud, packed with people from different social circles. I noticed Ethan drifting through conversations, laughing easily, especially with a group of women who worked in marketing with one of our friends. That wasn't unusual. Ethan had always been social. But later, when we were driving home, he said something strange. "You know what's funny?" "What?" "I never really experienced the whole dating scene properly." I glanced at him. "You mean college?" "Yeah," he said, "or just, meeting different people, seeing what personalities you click with." I remember laughing lightly. "You met me." "True," he said, but the way he said it felt less like gratitude and more like calculation. At the time, I brushed it off. People sometimes romanticize the lives they didn't live. It didn't automatically mean they regretted the life they had. Still, small things began to accumulate. He spent more time on his phone than usual, sometimes smiling at messages he didn't share. Other times he seemed distracted during conversations, like his mind had wandered somewhere else entirely. There were nights he would suddenly become quiet in the middle of planning something important. Guest lists, travel plans, apartment renovations we had discussed doing after the wedding. He would stare at the spreadsheet or the document and say things like, "Marriage is such a huge commitment," which, of course, it is. But the tone wasn't thoughtful. It was uneasy. Then there were the conversations with his family. His sister Lauren had always had opinions about everything, and once during dinner, she said something that stuck with me more than I admitted at the time. "You two got serious pretty fast," she said, sipping wine and leaning back in her chair. "We've been together 5 years," I replied with a small smile. "Exactly," she said. "You basically locked things in before Ethan really got to explore life." Ethan laughed awkwardly. "Lauren." "What?" she shrugged. "I'm just saying, most people date around before marriage. It's normal." His mother nodded thoughtfully. "You should always be absolutely certain before making a lifelong decision." I remember feeling slightly uncomfortable, but I told myself it was just their family's way of talking. After all, Ethan had chosen me. He had proposed. He had planned a wedding with me. What reason did I have to doubt that commitment? The truth is, doubt often arrives quietly. It doesn't kick down the door. It sits in the room with you while you explain away small oddities one by one. A few days before that night on the couch, Ethan had been unusually restless, pacing the apartment, opening his laptop, closing it again, starting conversations that never quite went anywhere. At one point, he said something that I should have paid more attention to. "Do you ever worry we skipped steps?" "What steps?" I asked. "The figuring things out stage." I frowned. "We've spent 5 years figuring things out." He nodded slowly, but he didn't look convinced. And now, sitting on the couch across from him that night, watching him close that magazine and say we needed to talk about fundamental things, I realized something unsettling. All those small conversations hadn't been random. They had been rehearsals. Little trial balloons he floated into the air to see how I reacted, testing the ground, preparing the moment, which meant that when he finally looked me in the eye and said he had doubts, serious doubts, it wasn't spontaneous. It had been building in his mind for a long time. And the worst part, he didn't look ashamed when he said it. He looked relieved. Like someone who had finally decided to say out loud what he believed was a perfectly reasonable request. That was the moment the atmosphere in the room shifted. The night had stopped being about wedding planning and had become about the slow, shocking realization that the man I thought I was about to marry was no longer speaking the same language of loyalty I had been living by for 5 years. The real conversation was just beginning, and it was about to tear everything apart. When Ethan finally said the words out loud, the room went strangely quiet. Not the peaceful kind of quiet, the heavy kind. The kind where even the refrigerator humming in the kitchen sounds too loud. "I have doubts," he said. Serious doubts. I remember staring at him for a moment, waiting for the rest of the sentence, waiting for the part where he clarified what exactly he meant. Doubts about the budget, doubts about the timing, doubts about whether we should postpone the wedding, but that clarification never came. Instead, he leaned forward slightly, elbows on his knees, hands clasped together, like someone about to deliver a carefully prepared presentation. "You're the only serious relationship I've ever had," he said. I blinked. "That's not exactly new information." "I know," he said quickly, "but think about it." The tone in his voice made my stomach tighten. "We met young," he continued. "We stayed together the whole time. I never really experienced dating other people. I never explored what else might be out there." There it was again, that same phrase, out there. I felt something cold settle in my chest. "So?" I asked slowly. He exhaled and rubbed the back of his neck, like he was explaining something complicated to someone who simply hadn't thought it through properly. "So how do I know?" he said. "Know what?" "That you're the best match for me." The words landed between us like something physical. For a moment, I honestly thought I must have misunderstood. "Excuse me?" "I'm serious," he said, leaning forward more intensely now. "What if I'm settling without realizing it?" My heart began beating harder, slower, like my body was bracing itself. "Settling," I repeated quietly. "I'm not saying you're not amazing," he said quickly. "You are. You're incredible. But I've never had anything to compare it to." I stared at him. 5 years. 5 years together, and the word he chose was comparison. "What exactly are you suggesting?" I asked. He hesitated for half a second. Then he said it. "I think before we get married, I need to experience dating other women." For a moment, I couldn't breathe. Not dramatically. Just the strange physical sensation of my lungs refusing to cooperate. "You want to break up?" I said flatly. "No," he said immediately. "Then what are you saying?" He spoke carefully now, his tone calm, logical, almost reassuring. "I'm not talking about breaking up permanently." "Then what?" A pause. I laughed. I couldn't help it. The sound came out sharp and disbelieving. A pause. "Yes," he said quickly, "just temporarily." My voice was very quiet now. "You want to pause our engagement so you can date other women." When you say it like that, it sounds like exactly what it is. He frowned slightly, irritated. "You're twisting it." "No," I said softly. "I'm summarizing." He sighed. "It's about gaining certainty." "Certainty?" "Yes," he said. "Look, if I go into marriage always wondering what I missed out on, that's not fair to either of us." His voice had taken on that measured, almost intellectual tone he used when he believed he was being particularly reasonable. "So I need to explore," he continued. "Date other people, see what's out there. And if, after experiencing that, I still know you're the right person for me," he paused, "then we move forward with the wedding." I stared at him. "You want me," I said slowly, "to wait here while you date other women." "It's not like that." "How is it not like that?" "It's temporary," he insisted. "Think of it as gaining perspective." Perspective. I felt something inside me harden. "And if you find someone better?" I asked. He hesitated, just for a second. "That's exactly why I need to do this," he said. The room went silent again. I studied his face carefully. He looked serious. Not guilty. Not embarrassed. Serious. Like this was a rational proposal any thoughtful person should consider. Then his voice softened. And that was the moment I realized how manipulative this conversation really was. "If you really love me," he said gently, "you'd want me to be certain." I said nothing. "You wouldn't want a husband who always wondered if he made the wrong choice." My throat felt tight. So your solution, I said slowly, is for me to sit patiently while you test other women. He crossed his arms. You're being unfair. No, I said, I'm being precise. His eyes hardened slightly. If you can't understand why this matters, he said quietly, then maybe the wedding shouldn't happen at all. There it was. The ultimatum. If you don't agree, he continued, I can't marry you with this uncertainty hanging over me. The words hung in the air like smoke. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. Then I looked down at the engagement ring on my finger. The ring he had given me 2 years earlier. The ring I had once looked at with joy. Now it glittered under the living room lights like something strangely unfamiliar. When I finally spoke, my voice was calm, almost disturbingly calm. Let me make sure I understand, I said. He nodded. You're asking me to put my life, my dignity, and my heart on hold indefinitely while you go date other women. His face tightened. That's not... And if, I continued, after comparing me to them, you decide I'm still the best option, I met his eyes. Then you'll marry me. He flushed with irritation. You're making it sound cheap. Is it inaccurate? His jaw tightened. I asked again. Very clearly, is that what you are asking me to do? There was a long pause. Then he crossed his arms and said one word, yes. The sound of the refrigerator humming in the kitchen filled the silence. I looked at him, really looked, at the conviction in his eyes, at the complete lack of awareness that he had just detonated something irreversible. Then I nodded slowly. Okay, I said. Relief washed across his face immediately. The tension left his shoulders. A bright, triumphant smile spread across his expression. He thought he had won. He stood up and stepped toward me, arms opening as if to hug me. I stood up before he could reach me. His arms closed around empty air. I'm tired, I said calmly. I'm going to sleep in the guest room tonight. He blinked. Okay, he said lightly. We can talk about logistics in the morning. Then he added, almost casually, I love you. I didn't respond. I walked down the hallway, closed the guest room door, and lay awake in the dark, because the okay I had given him was not agreement. It was the moment I accepted that the man I was about to marry no longer existed, and that by morning, everything in my life would be different. I didn't sleep at all that night. The guest room had always been more of a storage space than a real bedroom. The mattress still carried that faint, musty smell from months of being unused, and the unfamiliar quiet made every sound in the apartment feel exaggerated. I lay on my back, staring at the ceiling. The red numbers of the digital clock on the nightstand slowly bled from 1 minute to the next. 1:17, 2:03, 3:42. My mind replayed the conversation again and again. Not the emotional parts, the details. The exact phrasing. The calm certainty in Ethan's voice when he said he needed to experience other women. The way he believed his proposal was reasonable. Brave, even. That was the part that changed everything. If he had looked ashamed, confused, conflicted, maybe the night would have unfolded differently. But he hadn't. He had looked convinced. Somewhere around 5 in the morning, something inside me stopped spinning. The shock hardened into something colder, clearer. Because when you strip away the emotional fog, what he had actually told me was very simple. My value to him was conditional, temporary, subject to comparison. I wasn't being asked to marry him. I was being asked to compete for him. And I had never agreed to enter that competition. The moment that realization settled in my chest, the question that had been circling my mind all night finally surfaced. Was I not enough? The thought arrived quietly, like a whisper. But almost immediately, something else answered it. No, that wasn't the right question. The problem wasn't whether I was enough. The problem was that Ethan needed to test the world to find out. And if someone needs to compare you to strangers to understand your value, then they never truly saw you to begin with. By the time the first gray light of dawn began slipping through the blinds, my mind felt strangely calm, not peaceful, but focused. I sat up slowly. For a moment, I listened. The apartment was silent. Ethan was either still asleep or pretending to be. Either way, it didn't matter. There would be no conversation in the morning. There was nothing left to discuss. His proposal hadn't been a request. It had been a revelation. And now the only power I had left was deciding how to respond. So I got up. I moved quietly through the room, the same way you move when you're careful not to wake someone. But I wasn't being considerate. I was being deliberate. First, I silenced my phone completely. Then I got dressed. Jeans, a plain shirt, practical clothes, the kind of outfit you wear when you have work to do. I pulled a duffel bag from the closet and began packing. Not everything, just the essentials. A week's worth of clothes, my toiletries, my the important documents from the small fireproof box under our bed. I took only what was unquestionably mine. Anything that carried emotional weight stayed behind. The sweater Ethan had given me for our first Christmas together remained folded neatly in the drawer. The book of poetry he had written a sweet message in sat untouched on the shelf. I didn't want reminders. Not now. Not ever. The strange part was how calm everything felt. There were no dramatic tears, no shaking hands, just quiet, methodical movement. This wasn't an emotional escape. It was a strategic withdrawal. By the time the sun had fully risen, the duffel bag sat zipped on the floor. I stood in the kitchen for a moment, looking around the apartment we had shared for 3 years. The coffee machine, the dining table where we had planned our wedding guest list, the framed photographs on the wall. Every piece of it belonged to a version of my life that no longer existed. At exactly 8:01 a.m., I made my first phone call. The wedding venue's office opened at 8. A woman named Diane answered. She was the same coordinator who had excitedly told us months earlier how beautiful our September ceremony would be. "Good morning," she said cheerfully. "How can I help you?" "My name is Anna Blake," I said calmly. "I need to cancel our reservation for September 15th. There was a brief pause. "Oh," she said softly, "is everything all right? We could always discuss rescheduling if—" "No," I said gently. "This is permanent." Then I told the same small lie I would repeat for the rest of the morning. "There's been a death in the family." Her tone immediately filled with sympathy. "I'm so sorry to hear that," she said. She explained the cancellation process. The deposit would be forfeited. The paperwork would be emailed. I agreed to everything without hesitation. Money was irrelevant now. Freedom was priceless. After that call, I continued down the list. The caterer, the photographer, the band, the florist. Each conversation followed the same pattern. Polite, firm, final. Vendor by vendor, I dismantled the wedding Ethan thought was still happening. By the time I finished the last call, the future we had planned together no longer existed anywhere except in memory. There was only one final task left, the engagement ring. I drove to the jewelry store just after they opened. The same older man who had helped Ethan pick out the ring 2 years earlier stood behind the counter. He recognized me immediately. His kind eyes shifted to the small velvet box in my hand. "I need to return this," I said quietly. He looked at me with gentle understanding. "Engagement called off?" I nodded. He processed the return in silence. When he handed me the receipt, only a fraction of the original price, he said softly, "You'll find the right person someday." I met his gaze. I believe I just avoided the wrong one. Then I walked out. By the time I returned to the apartment, the silence inside felt different. He was still asleep, or pretending to be. I packed the last few things that belonged to me. Books. My laptop. A small toolbox I'd owned long before we moved in together. I left everything else. The shared dishes, the throw blankets, the framed photos. I didn't want any relics tying me to this chapter. When the last box was in my car, I walked back inside one final time. I placed the apartment key on the kitchen counter, right on top of the final catering invoice. A quiet circle closing. Then I stepped outside, closed the door, and heard the soft click of the lock behind me. I didn't look back, because the woman who had entered that apartment 5 years earlier no longer existed, and the woman walking away from it was finally free. The studio apartment I rented that morning was one of those temporary corporate rentals downtown. Clean, functional, and completely without personality. White walls, bare wooden floors, a small kitchenette that smelled strongly of citrus cleaning products. When I walked in carrying my duffel bag and one box of belongings, The emptiness didn't feel lonely. It felt like breathing, like stepping into a room where nothing had been contaminated by the past 5 years. I set the bag down and stood there quietly for a moment, absorbing the silence. Then my phone began vibrating violently on the kitchen counter. Ethan. I watched it buzz across the surface like a trapped insect. I didn't pick it up. It stopped after a few seconds, then started again, and again, and again. I stood there drinking a glass of water until the screen finally went dark. A voicemail notification appeared. I waited, sat down on the stiff little sofa, took another sip of water. Only when I felt completely steady did I press play. His voice filled the small room, confused and slightly breathless. Anna? Hey, where are you? There was a pause. The sound of movement in the background. I just got home and some of your stuff is missing. Did you go to your mom's place? Your phone keeps going straight to voicemail, which is weird. Another pause. Then his tone softened. The date was fine, I guess. Kind of awkward, actually. Anyway, I just wanted to hear your voice. Call me back, okay? A shaky breath. I love you. The message ended. I sat there in the quiet apartment for a moment, letting the reality settle. The date was fine. He had actually done it. The very morning after asking me to pause our relationship so he could explore other women, he had gone on a date while I was canceling the wedding, while I was packing my life into boxes. He had been sitting across from another woman in some cafe somewhere, evaluating his options. That realization didn't break my heart. It confirmed everything. Any lingering doubt evaporated instantly. I deleted the voicemail. Then I opened my phone settings and blocked his number. The action felt strangely procedural, like changing the locks after a break-in. I sent 2 text messages before turning the phone off completely. The first was to my parents. The wedding is off. Ethan and I are done. I'm safe and okay, but I'm not ready to explain everything yet. I love you. The second message went to my best friend Marcus. I called off the wedding. It's over. I'm okay. Just didn't want you hearing it through rumors. His response came almost immediately. Are you all right? My couch is yours if you need it. I smiled faintly. I'm okay, I wrote back. Then I powered off the phone. The silence in that apartment became absolute. For the first time in years, it belonged entirely to me. The first week passed in a strange, heavy stillness. Not the kind of quiet that feels empty. The kind that feels chosen. I didn't turn on the television. I left my phone powered off most of the time. The only sounds were the small mechanical rhythms of daily life. The hum of the mini refrigerator, the rush of water in the shower, the scrape of a knife spreading butter on toast. The exhaustion from that sleepless night caught up with me in waves. I slept 10, sometimes 12 hours at a time. When I woke up, I would sit at the tiny kitchen table drinking coffee while staring at the brick wall of the building across the narrow alley. Slowly, the shock began transforming into something else. Grief. But not the kind people expect. I wasn't grieving Ethan, not the man who had asked me to compete with strangers. I was grieving the version of him I had believed existed for 5 years. The man who proposed by the lake. The man who used to bring me tea when I was stressed before big work presentations. The man who had once whispered that he couldn't imagine his life without me. That man had never really existed. He had been a projection, a character in a story I believed we were writing together. And now that character was gone. One afternoon, standing in the kitchenette making a sandwich, the thought finally surfaced again. Was I not enough? The question lingered in the air for a moment. Then something inside me answered it clearly. That was never the real question. The real question was why Ethan needed to test my value against other women to recognize it. And the answer to that question had nothing to do with me. It had everything to do with the empty space inside him that no amount of validation could fill. When that realization settled in my chest, something loosened. The grief didn't vanish, but it stopped controlling the room. After a week, I finally turned my phone back on. There were a few worried messages from my parents and Marcus. I answered them briefly, reassuring them that I was okay and would call soon. There were no texts from Ethan. Of course not. He was still blocked, but the call log showed dozens of attempts from unknown numbers. I assumed they were him calling from different phones. I deleted the entire list without listening to any messages. There was nothing left to hear. Little by little, I began filling the silence with new routines. I found a running trail along the river near downtown. The first time I tried it, my lungs burned terribly, and my legs protested after months of wedding planning and sedentary evenings. But I kept going. The rhythm of my footsteps against the pavement became strangely calming. Breath in, breathe out. One step. Then another. I wasn't running away from anything. I was running toward a version of myself I had neglected. The version that didn't spend her energy managing someone else's insecurities. I started seeing Marcus again, not for therapy, just to exist normally. Beer. Baseball games on television. Old inside jokes from before my life had revolved around wedding seating charts. He never pushed for details about what had happened. One night, he simply clapped me on the shoulder and said, "You look lighter." And he was right. I did. At work, something changed too. There was a project I had been half-heartedly developing for months. It had been pushed aside while my attention went to wedding planning and keeping Ethan happy. Now I had all that mental space back. I threw myself into it completely. Data analysis. Strategy meetings. Long afternoons building models and reports. My boss noticed the difference almost immediately. "This is the sharpest work I've seen from you in a year," he told me one afternoon. The promotion I had once thought was distant suddenly felt inevitable. I bought a ridiculously overpriced orchid for the window of my studio apartment and learned how to care for it properly. I started cooking elaborate meals just for myself. Dishes Ethan had always complained were too spicy. I began reading novels again, real ones, long ones, getting lost in stories that had nothing to do with my life. None of this felt like revenge. It felt like reconstruction. Piece by piece, I was building a life that belonged entirely to me. And somewhere during that quiet rebuilding, something unexpected happened. I stopped wondering what Ethan was doing, stopped imagining what he might say if we spoke again, stopped caring whether he regretted his decision, because the truth was simple. The moment he asked me to compete for my place in his life, he had already removed himself from mine. About a month after I moved into the studio, curiosity finally crept back in. Not emotional curiosity, not longing, just the quiet, clinical kind. The kind you feel when you want to check what became of a chapter you've already closed. It happened on a rainy Saturday afternoon. The city outside my window was gray and blurred by steady rain. I had spent the morning cleaning the apartment and watering the orchid on the windowsill. The plant had already grown 2 glossy new leaves since I bought it, and watching something thrive under simple care felt strangely symbolic. My phone sat on the table beside me, still holding Ethan's number in the blocked list. For weeks, I had ignored it completely. But that afternoon, I unlocked the phone and stared at the screen for a long moment. Then, I unblocked him. Not because I wanted to talk. Not because I was hoping for some apology that would fix anything. I just wanted to see what had happened on the other side of the silence. The moment I removed the block, my phone exploded. Notifications stacked across the screen so quickly it looked like the device was glitching. Missed calls. Voicemails. Text messages. Dozens. Scrolling back through the thread felt like watching a psychological timeline unfold. I didn't open anything at first. I just sat there, watching the notifications pile up. Then I flipped the phone face down on the table, finished the chapter of the novel I was reading, watered the orchid. Only after the rain outside softened into a quiet drizzle did I turn the phone back over and open the message thread. The earliest messages came from the first 2 days after I left. They were sharp and irritated. "Why did you block me? We need to talk about this like adults. You can't just run away from a conversation. This is unbelievably immature, Anna." Then came confusion. My mom just called the venue and they said the wedding was canceled. What did you tell them? What is going on? Answer me. The second phase started about a week later. The tone shifted dramatically. Anger softened into persuasion. "Okay, I get that you're hurt, but you're overreacting. We can talk through this like rational adults." Then came the rationalizations. "You misunderstood what I meant. It wasn't about sleeping with other women. It was about emotional clarity. I just needed perspective." And then, gradually, the messages became more revealing. "These women I've been meeting are terrible, seriously awful, self-absorbed, shallow. I went on 3 dates. 3. That's all it took to realize how good we had it. I sat there reading quietly. So the experiment is over. I get it now. You're the one. Please answer your phone. The third phase started about 2 weeks later. Desperation. Longer messages. Paragraphs written at 2 or 3 in the morning. I can't sleep. I keep thinking about the way you used to make tea for me before big work presentations. No one else does things like that. I told my parents we just had a big fight and you needed space. They think you're being unreasonable, but I'm defending you. Please just give me one chance to fix this. The wedding can still happen. We can reschedule everything. I'm completely certain now. Please. Reading those messages felt strangely distant, like studying a case file. There was no temptation to reply, no rush of emotion, just quiet observation of a pattern playing out exactly as expected. Anger, bargaining, pleading. The subtext was painfully obvious. My market research produced disappointing results. Please resume your role as my emotional safety net. I was about to close the thread when my phone rang. An actual call, not Ethan. His sister, Lauren. I stared at the screen for a few seconds before answering. The moment I picked up, her voice exploded through the speaker. Anna, finally! There was no greeting, no hesitation. Do you have any idea what you're doing to Ethan? I leaned back on the sofa. Hello to you too, Lauren. She's a mess, she continued angrily. She's not eating. She's barely sleeping. This silent treatment you're giving him is unbelievably cruel. I waited until she finished speaking. Is there a specific reason you called? Yes, she snapped. You need to stop being childish and actually talk to him. He made a mistake. One mistake. And you're throwing away 5 years together because your ego got bruised? I almost laughed. There was no fight, I said calmly. Ethan issued an ultimatum. I accepted it. The wedding is canceled. My decision is final. She scoffed loudly. You're being dramatic. He just needed reassurance. Space. You're twisting everything because you're hurt. I could already see the narrative Ethan had told his family. In his version of events, he hadn't demanded permission to date other women. He had simply expressed uncertainty, and I had reacted irrationally. Being the bigger person, I said slowly, means removing yourself from situations where your value is treated like a subscription service. There was a sharp silence. I'm not discussing this with you. Please don't contact me again. Anna. I hung up before she could finish. Then I blocked her number. Immediately, my phone began vibrating again. Text messages from Ethan started arriving in real time. Did my sister call you? Please don't listen to her. She doesn't understand. Anna, please answer me. I'm sorry. I will do anything to fix this. Then, suddenly, nothing. The messages stopped. 2 full days passed. Silence. But it wasn't the calm silence I had built for myself. This one felt different. Heavy. Like the stillness before a storm. And then, at 2:10 in the morning on a Tuesday, my phone rang again. Ethan. I let it go to voicemail. A minute later, the notification appeared. For some reason, I knew this message would be different, so I pressed play. And the voice that filled the room was no longer pleading. It was furious. You arrogant, self-righteous bitch. The words came out like venom. You think you're better than me? You think you won something here? His voice grew louder. You were lucky to have me. Do you understand that? I was trying to make our relationship stronger, and you ran away like a coward. You couldn't handle a strong man who actually knows what he needs. I sat in the dark apartment, listening quietly. You wanted me to be some obedient wife who never questions anything. Well, guess what? I'm not that person. He was shouting now. You'll end up alone, Anna. You hear me? Completely alone. And I'll be fine. I have options. So many options. You were just the safe choice. The boring one. I hope you enjoy your boring little life. The message ended with a sharp breath and the sound of the call disconnecting. The silence afterward felt absolute. But instead of pain, I felt something else. Relief. The mask hadn't slipped. It had shattered. And finally, after 5 years, I was seeing the man I almost married exactly as he really was. I kept that voicemail, not because I needed to hear it again, but because it marked the exact moment the story truly ended. It was the final piece of evidence that the man I thought I loved had never actually existed. The gentle partner, the thoughtful fiancé, the man who claimed to value loyalty. He had been a version of Ethan that only appeared when circumstances suited him. What remained in that voicemail was the real core: entitlement, resentment, and the quiet fury of someone who had lost control of the narrative. The next morning, I blocked his number again, this time with absolute certainty that I would never unblock it. Not out of anger, but because the chapter was closed. And once a door has been welded shut, there is no reason to keep checking the handle. Life continued. Not dramatically, quietly. Months passed. The orchid on my windowsill grew 2 new, thick green leaves. My promotion at work became official. New title, new salary, and an office with an actual view of the river. My running routine improved until 5 miles felt easy instead of punishing. Somewhere along the way, the silence I had built stopped feeling like recovery. It simply became my life. A life that no longer revolved around someone else's uncertainty. One evening, Marcus called me. "Hey," he said casually. "You busy Saturday night?" "Not really." "Good. Emily's ceramic piece got selected for a small gallery show downtown." "That's amazing." "Yeah, there'll be wine, overpriced cheese, and a bunch of people pretending to understand abstract art." I laughed. "Sounds perfect. You've been hiding in that apartment long enough," he added. "Time to rejoin civilization." He was right. Not because I was lonely, but because I no longer needed isolation as protection. The life I had rebuilt was stable enough to step back into the world. The gallery was inside a converted warehouse downtown. White walls, polished concrete floors, soft jazz playing somewhere near the back of the room. People moved slowly between paintings and sculptures with glasses of wine in their hands. I congratulated Emily on her ceramic piece, a beautifully twisted vase with subtle blue glazing, and then wandered through the space on my own. That's when I saw him. Ethan stood across the room near a large abstract painting. He wasn't alone. A woman stood beside him, someone I vaguely recognized from his old social circle. But my eyes stayed on him. He looked different, not older, just diminished somehow. The confident ease he used to carry had faded. His shoulders were slightly hunched, and there was a tension around his eyes that hadn't been there before. The experience he had wanted so badly had not transformed him into someone more fulfilled. If anything, it had worn him down. Then he looked up. Our eyes met across the gallery. Recognition hit him instantly. First surprise, then hope, then something close to panic. He said something quickly to the woman beside him and began walking toward me. For a moment, I considered leaving, but I didn't. My peace no longer required escape, so I stayed where I was. He stopped a few feet away. Up close, the difference between us must have been obvious. I stood comfortably, shoulders relaxed, expression calm. He looked like a man who had spent months trying to reverse a decision that couldn't be undone. "Hi," he said quietly. "Hello, Ethan." His eyes searched my face carefully. "You look really good." "Thank you." The conversation paused awkwardly. Then he stepped slightly closer. "Can we talk for a minute?" His voice sounded softer than I had ever heard it. "I've been doing a lot of thinking. A lot of therapy, actually." He said the last word like it was proof of something important. "Sure," I said calmly. He took a shaky breath. The words rushed out like a speech he had rehearsed many times. "I was an idiot," he said. "What I asked you for was horrible. I see that now. I was scared. I was insecure. I handled everything in the worst way possible. I treated you like an option when you were never an option. You were always my choice. I just didn't know how to be certain." His voice cracked slightly. "But now I do." I listened quietly. 3 months earlier, those words might have shattered me. I might have cried. I might have believed him. Now they felt strangely weightless. When he paused to breathe, I said gently, "You don't need to explain." Hope flashed across his face immediately. He mistook my calmness for forgiveness. So, you forgive me? That was the moment I realized how differently we understood this situation. There's nothing to forgive, I said. He blinked, confused. What? Your request was actually a gift. He stared at me as if he had misheard. A gift? Yes. I took a small sip of wine before continuing. It showed me exactly what our marriage would have been. He frowned. What do you mean? It would have been an audition, I said calmly. Constant comparison. Constant evaluation. I wouldn't have been your partner. I would have been a contestant. The color drained slightly from his face. I never meant... I know, I said. You meant exactly what you said. And that honesty saved me years of discovering it the hard way. He looked at me desperately. But I'm certain now. You're the one. I've never been more sure of anything. I nodded slowly. I believe you. Relief began to spread across his face until I finished the sentence. And it doesn't matter. The hope collapsed instantly. My certainty, I continued calmly, is the only one that governs my life now. And I'm absolutely certain I will never be with someone who needed to test my value against other women to decide if I was worth marrying. His expression broke completely. But Anna, I hope you find what you're looking for, I said sincerely. I really do. The devastating realization finally reached him. He had spent months trying to return to a door that no longer existed. His certainty had arrived too late. I gave him a small, polite smile. Enjoy the gallery. Then I turned and walked back toward Marcus and Emily without looking back. Marcus raised an eyebrow. Everything okay? Yeah, I said. And for the first time in a long time, I truly meant it. After that night at the gallery, I didn't see Ethan again. Not in person, not through messages, not even through rumors. But consequences have a strange way of traveling through social circles, whether you seek them out or not. Over the next few weeks, fragments of information reached me indirectly. Marcus mentioned something in passing one night when we were watching a baseball game. Ran into one of Ethan's old coworkers last week, he said casually. I didn't react immediately. I just took a sip of my drink. And? Marcus shrugged. Apparently he's been having a rough time. I waited. Lost that promotion he was expecting, Marcus added. His manager said his performance dropped a lot the past few months. That didn't surprise me. Chaos rarely stays contained in one part of a person's life. When someone destabilizes their emotional foundation, everything else tends to shake too. A few weeks later, another piece of news reached me through a mutual acquaintance. Ethan's family had eventually learned what actually happened. Not the edited version he had initially told them. The real version. Apparently, his sister Lauren had contacted a few mutual friends trying to get the full story. That's when the truth came out. Ethan had asked his fiancée to wait while he dated other women. The reaction in his family was not the supportive chorus he had expected. Even his mother, who had never exactly been my biggest fan, had reportedly said something blunt during a family dinner. You don't ask someone you love to audition for their place in your life. That sentence traveled quickly through the grapevine. By the time it reached me, I felt something close to closure, not satisfaction, not revenge. Just the quiet understanding that reality had eventually caught up with him. Because the truth about people tends to surface whether we defend ourselves or not. I never had to expose him. His own behavior did that. Months passed. My life continued expanding in ways I hadn't expected. Work became exciting again. The promotion opened new responsibilities, new projects, and a surprising amount of creative freedom. I found myself staying late at the office, not out of stress, but out of genuine engagement. The running routine I started near the river became a daily habit. At first, it had been about burning off nervous energy. Now it was something else entirely. A moving meditation. A reminder that my body and my life both belonged to me. Marcus and Emily became a regular part of my weekends. Dinners, gallery openings, spontaneous road trips to small towns outside the city. The world I had once thought revolved around a wedding slowly revealed itself to be much bigger. And somewhere in the middle of that expansion, I noticed something important. I wasn't angry anymore. Not at Ethan. Not at the 5 years we spent together. Those years had shaped me. They had taught me loyalty, patience, generosity. But they had also taught me something more valuable: the importance of recognizing when someone stops choosing you, because love should never feel like a competition. It should never require comparison. And it should certainly never demand that you wait quietly while someone explores whether they might find something better. One evening, about 6 months after the breakup, Marcus and I were sitting on the balcony of his apartment, watching the sunset over the city. He glanced at me thoughtfully. "You ever think about him anymore?" I considered the question honestly. "Sometimes," I admitted. "Do you miss him?" I shook my head. "No." Marcus raised an eyebrow. "Not even a little?" I smiled. "I miss who I thought he was, but that person never actually existed." Marcus nodded slowly. "Fair enough." The city lights began flickering on below us, and as I looked out across the skyline, I realized something quietly profound. The life I had once imagined with Ethan, the house, the wedding, the predictable future, had felt comforting because it was familiar. But the life I had now felt expansive, unwritten, full of possibility. And for the first time since that night on the couch, I understood that losing the wrong future had made space for the right one. Looking back now, the night Ethan asked me to pause our relationship wasn't the moment my life fell apart. It was the moment it began to rebuild itself. At the time, the conversation felt like an earthquake. 5 years of love collapsing in a single evening. But earthquakes don't just destroy things. They also reveal the structures that were never stable to begin with. What Ethan asked for that night wasn't clarity. It was permission to treat commitment like a marketplace. He wanted to compare, evaluate, test. And if I had agreed to that arrangement, I would have spent the rest of my life trying to prove I was still the best option, trying to win a competition that never should have existed. Walking away wasn't dramatic. It wasn't revenge. It was self-respect. And the truth is, once you reclaim that kind of clarity, something remarkable happens. You stop measuring your value through someone else's uncertainty. You stop shrinking yourself to fit inside someone else's doubts. You stop waiting for people who need to explore the world before recognizing your worth. Because the right person never needs to test whether you're enough. They already know. Today, my life is quieter than it was when I was planning a wedding, but it's also stronger, more honest, more mine. The orchid on my windowsill has grown tall enough that it now needs a second support stick. My running route by the river has become my favorite part of the day. My work challenges me in ways that feel energizing instead of exhausting, and the peace I once built as protection has become something deeper. It has become who I am. Sometimes people ask whether I regret those 5 years. I don't. Because those years led me to a single, powerful realization. The most dangerous relationships are not the ones that end suddenly. They're the ones where you slowly start believing you have to compete to be loved. And the most important decision you will ever make in life is the moment you decide you're no longer willing to audition for a place in someone else's heart. That moment changed everything for me. And it's the reason the woman I am today would never say okay to that kind of proposal again. My name is Elena Carter, and the night my marriage truly ended was the night my husband casually told me he planned to sleep with another woman. Not in anger, not during a screaming argument, not in the middle of some dramatic confession. He said it the way someone might mention the weather, almost cheerfully. "Don't be dramatic about this, Elena," my husband Daniel Carter said with a crooked smile as he leaned against the back of my chair. "It's just one night with the woman I've been fantasizing about since before we even got married." His words floated through the quiet living room like something unreal. For a moment, I thought I must have misunderstood. But then he laughed. It was that same sharp, smug laugh he always used when he believed he had the upper hand in a situation. The kind of laugh that said he expected me to react. Maybe cry. Maybe scream. Maybe throw something fragile against the wall. But I didn't do any of those things. Instead, I slowly closed my laptop. The soft click of the lid shutting echoed louder than any shouting ever could. Daniel paused behind me. He was clearly waiting for the meltdown, the tears, the begging. But none of it came, because the truth is, Men like Daniel misunderstand women like me all the time. They mistake quiet for weakness, patience for submission, observation for passivity. I stood up calmly and walked past him without even looking in his direction. Then I stepped into my private office and locked the door behind me. Daniel thought he had just detonated our marriage. What he didn't realize was that he had just triggered something far more dangerous. You see, Daniel believed he was betraying a quiet, invisible woman who spent her nights reviewing contracts and compliance reports, a woman who edited his presentations, who helped polish his business proposals, who quietly supported his career while he soaked up attention at corporate networking events. But Daniel never truly understood what I actually did for a living. And more importantly, he had absolutely no idea that the woman he planned to sleep with that night was already at the center of a $4.2 billion corporate investigation I had been quietly auditing for months. An investigation that could destroy careers, end reputations, and collapse one of the largest mergers in the country. And Daniel had just placed himself directly in the middle of it, not with a threat, not with a crime, but with one careless confession. And that mistake would cost him everything. I was 39 years old when my marriage quietly collapsed. On paper, my life looked stable. Successful career, 9 years of marriage, a comfortable home in a quiet neighborhood. My husband, Daniel Carter, was 36, charismatic, outgoing, and extremely good at making people like him within 5 minutes of meeting him. We were, at least from the outside, the kind of couple people assumed had everything figured out. But reality is rarely that simple. I work as an independent corporate compliance consultant. Large firms hire people like me to quietly audit their deals before regulators do. My job is to search for hidden risks, conflicts of interest, undisclosed relationships, suspicious financial activity, anything that could destroy a company if it became public. It is the kind of work that thrives on invisibility. The fewer people who know what I'm doing, the more effective I am. Most of my projects don't even carry my name. Daniel, on the other hand, lived in a completely different world. He worked in business development for a mid-sized consulting firm, a job that revolved around networking dinners, conferences, and charming executives into signing lucrative contracts. Daniel loved the spotlight. He loved telling stories. He loved rooms where people laughed at his jokes and admired his confidence. And if I'm being honest, he loved being the most impressive person in the room. At first, our differences seemed like balance. Where he was outgoing, I was analytical. Where he thrived socially, I preferred quiet observation. Where he chased visibility, I worked best in the shadows. When we first met 11 years ago, those differences actually attracted us to each other. We met at a professional networking event in Chicago. I had been standing near the back of the room, quietly reviewing a stack of conference materials, when Daniel approached with 2 glasses of wine. "You look like the only person here who isn't trying to sell something," he said with a playful smile. I remember laughing. He had an easy charm that felt refreshing compared to the rehearsed conversations happening everywhere around us. We talked for nearly 2 hours that night. He told stories about his ambitious career plans. I explained briefly what compliance auditing involved, though even back then, I noticed something subtle. When Daniel talked about his work, his voice became louder, more animated. When I talked about mine, he listened politely, but his eyes would drift around the room, as if he didn't quite understand why anyone would find my job interesting. At the time, I brushed it off. Not everyone needs to understand your work to respect it, or at least, that's what I told myself. We dated for 2 years before getting married. The early years were good. Daniel was affectionate, attentive, and endlessly ambitious. But over time, something in our dynamic began to shift. It started with small comments. At dinner parties, Daniel would introduce me like this. "This is my wife, Elena. She does boring paperwork compliance stuff." People would laugh politely. Daniel would grin. And then he would immediately pivot the conversation back to his own deals, his clients, his networking victories. When someone inevitably asked what I actually did for work, Daniel would wave his hand dismissively. "She audits things, makes sure companies don't accidentally break boring regulations." Then he would flash that charming smile again. Cute little projects. The word cute always lingered in the air a little too long. At first, I ignored it, because the truth was, invisibility was useful in my line of work. People who underestimated me often revealed far more than they intended. But Daniel didn't just underestimate me. He built an entire perception of me around that misunderstanding. To him, I was quiet because I lacked confidence. I worked alone because I couldn't compete socially. I stayed calm during arguments because I didn't know how to push back. Over the years, that perception slowly reshaped the way he treated me. He rolled his eyes when I worked late reviewing contracts. He joked about my adorable compliance reports. And he gradually began relying on me for things he never acknowledged publicly. I edited his presentations, reviews his proposals, helped refine the analytical frameworks he proudly presented to clients. And every time he succeeded, Daniel took the credit. I never complained, because I believed that supporting your spouse meant lifting them up when they needed it. What I didn't realize was that Daniel wasn't interpreting my support as love. He interpreted it as weakness. And that misunderstanding would eventually become the biggest mistake of his life. Looking back now, the warning signs had been there for years. They didn't appear as dramatic betrayals or explosive arguments. They appeared as small, uncomfortable moments that I kept explaining away. Moments that slowly shifted the atmosphere of our marriage without either of us openly acknowledging it. Daniel had always been ambitious, but as his career progressed, that ambition began turning into something else: ego. The more success he experienced in his consulting firm, the more he began treating life like a competition he had already won. At networking events, he loved telling stories about closing impossible deals or outmaneuvering rival consultants. His voice would grow louder with every drink, and people would gather around him like an audience. Meanwhile, I usually stood nearby with a quiet smile, observing, listening, occasionally correcting a statistic or clarifying a detail when Daniel exaggerated something too far. At first, he seemed grateful for that, but gradually, my quiet corrections began irritating him. One night, after a corporate mixer, he confronted me in the car. "You don't have to fact-check everything I say," he muttered while staring at the road. "I wasn't correcting you," I said calmly. "I was clarifying the numbers. You were undermining me." That word stuck with me. Undermining. From that point forward, Daniel began treating my knowledge like an inconvenience. At events, if someone asked about compliance issues in a deal, Daniel would answer before I even had a chance to speak. Sometimes he would even laugh and say, "Don't ask Elena about that stuff. She'll give you a 3-hour lecture about regulations." Everyone would chuckle. But his tone carried something sharper beneath it: mockery. The distance between us grew slowly, not through screaming fights, but through 1,000 tiny dismissals. Then there were his friends. Daniel surrounded himself with a particular type of social circle, people who thrived on status, reputation, and public recognition. To them, careers weren't just work, they were identity. And in that world, Daniel was the star. His friends admired his confidence. They admired his charisma. They admired his ability to command a room. What they didn't admire was me. I remember one dinner party in particular. One of Daniel's colleagues, Brian Keller, asked me what I worked on recently. Before I could answer, Daniel laughed. "Elena's projects are confidential," he said dramatically. "Government-level secret stuff." Everyone laughed again. Brian raised an eyebrow. "So what do you actually do?" Daniel leaned back in his chair and smirked. "She checks paperwork and tells executives they filled out forms incorrectly." Another wave of laughter. I smiled politely and sipped my wine. But inside, something shifted. Because Daniel knew that wasn't true. He had seen the contracts I reviewed. He had seen the scale of the corporations I audited. He had even asked for my advice before major negotiations. Yet in public, he preferred the version of me that made him look bigger by comparison. The version where I was harmless, predictable, safe. That same attitude slowly crept into our home life. Daniel began spending more nights out with colleagues, more business trips, more late meetings, and occasionally strange little inconsistencies started appearing. Calendar entries that didn't match travel receipts, hotel charges for cities that didn't align with his official schedule, unusual travel patterns. Now, in my profession, patterns are everything. People lie, but data rarely does. I noticed these discrepancies months before Daniel ever confessed anything, but I didn't confront him. Not yet, because something else had already caught my attention during one of my consulting projects. A name. A familiar one. Laura Hayes, Senior Vice President of Strategic Growth at Pinnacle Dynamics Corporation, an executive involved in a massive corporate acquisition I had been quietly auditing. The moment I saw her name in the executive documentation, something clicked in the back of my mind. Daniel had mentioned her before, years ago. Back when we were dating, she was the smartest woman in our college business program, he once told me. The one person everyone had a crush on. He had said it jokingly, but I remembered the way his voice changed when he spoke about her. Admiration, maybe something more. At the time, I thought nothing of it, but as the months passed, the travel patterns began aligning. Conference schedules, executive briefings, industry events. And the more I reviewed the internal audit data, the clearer the pattern became. Daniel wasn't just attending conferences. He was seeing Laura Hayes, but I still said nothing because accusations require proof, and proof requires patience. What I didn't expect was that Daniel would eventually confess everything himself, with a glass of my wine in his hand and a smug smile on his face. 3 weeks ago, on a quiet Saturday night, I was sitting in our living room, finishing a proposal that had taken me nearly 3 weeks to prepare. The house was silent, except for the soft tapping of my keyboard. Outside, the neighborhood had already gone to sleep. The streetlights cast long yellow lines across our front lawn, and our dog was curled up near the couch, breathing slowly. I had been working on a blind RFP, a consulting proposal submitted anonymously to a potential client who didn't know my identity yet. I preferred it that way. In my field, the less attention you attract, the better you can observe what's really happening behind the scenes. I was reviewing the final section of the proposal when I heard the front door open. It was close to 11 at night. A moment later, Daniel walked into the living room. He was humming, completely off-key, and wearing that loose, relaxed smile he usually had after a night of drinking. He was dressed in an expensive silk robe, the one he used to wear only on special occasions years ago, back when anniversaries still meant something to him. Now the robe hung casually off one shoulder, like he didn't care how it looked. In his hand was a glass of wine. Not just any wine, my wine. A bottle of Cabernet I had been saving for weeks to celebrate closing a particularly important contract. Daniel took a slow sip as he walked across the room. Then he stopped directly behind my chair. I could smell the alcohol on his breath. For several seconds, he said nothing, just stood there swaying slightly. Finally, he spoke. "Elena," he said lightly. I didn't turn around. "Yes?" "Don't be overly dramatic about this." I paused, fingers hovering above the keyboard. Something in his tone felt strange, almost amused. "What are you talking about?" I asked calmly. Daniel took another sip of wine. Then he delivered the sentence that would permanently divide my life into before and after. "It's just one night with the woman I've been fantasizing about since before our wedding." He said it casually, almost cheerfully, like he was announcing weekend plans. For a few seconds, the room felt strangely quiet. The words hung in the air, waiting for some kind of reaction. Daniel shifted his weight slightly behind me, clearly expecting something. Shock, anger, maybe hysterical questions. But instead, I slowly closed my laptop. The click echoed through the room. Daniel's smile flickered. That wasn't the reaction he had anticipated. I stood up, turned, and for the first time that evening, I looked directly at him. His expression was smug, victorious, like a man who had finally spoken a truth he'd been hiding for years. "Laura Hayes?" I asked quietly. The confidence in his face froze for a fraction of a second. Then his eyebrows lifted. "Well," he said with a laugh, "I guess you figured that part out." The confirmation landed with the cold precision of a mathematical equation finally solved. Laura Hayes, senior executive at Pinnacle Dynamics, central figure in the Meridian acquisition deal, the same deal I had been quietly auditing for 6 months. Daniel took another drink and leaned casually against the couch. "You know," he continued, "I've wanted her since college. Everyone did." He shrugged. "And tonight she finally gave me the opportunity." His voice carried no guilt, no hesitation, just arrogance. "Don't worry," he added. "It's not like I'm leaving you or anything." That sentence almost made me laugh, not because it was funny, but because it revealed just how deeply Daniel misunderstood the situation. He thought this moment was about infidelity. He thought it was about marriage. But my mind had already moved somewhere else entirely, because suddenly the puzzle pieces I had been analyzing for months snapped into place with terrifying clarity. Travel records, hotel bookings, unusual calendar gaps, undisclosed relationships, all connected to a single corporate acquisition worth $4.2 billion. And now Daniel had just verbally confirmed the final missing element. Without realizing it, he had just handed me the final piece of an investigation that could collapse an entire corporate merger. Daniel was still talking. Something about how I should be mature about the situation. Something about how successful people have complicated relationships. I barely heard him. Instead, I walked past him calmly, through the hallway, into my private office. Then I closed the door and locked it behind me. Inside that office were 2 laptops. The first one sat on my desk, the one I had been using all evening for the proposal. The second laptop was hidden behind a false panel inside my filing cabinet. I pulled it out carefully and placed it on the desk. Unlike my regular computer, this one had no stickers, no saved browser bookmarks, no personal accounts, just a secure VPN connection and a government-level login system used for my most sensitive consulting contracts. The screen lit up with a clean white dashboard, black text, numbered security tabs. At the top of the interface was the project title, Confidential Consultant Interface, Project Atlas 247. Codename Meridian Acquisition. Estimated deal value, $4,200,000,000. I opened the Key Parties and Risk Factors section, and there it was, exactly where it had been for months. Laura Hayes, Senior Vice President, Pinnacle Dynamics. And beneath her name, a growing file of travel records, communication logs, and unexplained schedule overlaps. I leaned back slowly in my chair. Daniel thought he had just destroyed our marriage, but what he had really done was trigger an audit flag that could destroy everything. His career, Laura's career, and one of the largest corporate mergers in the country. I opened a draft email I had prepared weeks earlier. Subject line, urgent, undisclosed risk factor regarding executive personnel conduct. My finger hovered above the send button, but I didn't press it. Not yet, because the most effective compliance investigations don't explode immediately. They unfold at the exact moment when the consequences will be impossible to contain, and I knew exactly when that moment would arrive. Sunday morning arrived with a strange, almost surreal sense of normalcy. That's one of the most unsettling things about betrayal. The world doesn't stop. Birds still chirp outside the window, coffee still brews in the kitchen, and the man who casually confessed he planned to sleep with another woman still sleeps peacefully in your bed. I woke up at exactly 6 a.m. Daniel was sprawled diagonally across the mattress like he owned the entire room. One arm stretched across my pillow. His breathing was slow and steady. No guilt, no anxiety, no sign that anything significant had happened the night before. For a few seconds, I simply stood there beside the bed, studying him. 9 years of marriage condensed into that quiet moment. The arguments, the laughter, the years of believing we were building something meaningful together. All of it suddenly felt distant, like memories from another life. I turned away and walked downstairs. Our dog greeted me with a sleepy wag of his tail. I fed him breakfast. Then I started making pancakes. Cooking has always been one of my ways of organizing my thoughts. The rhythm helps. Measure the flour. Crack the eggs. Pour the batter. Control what you can control. By the time the coffee finished brewing, the kitchen smelled warm and familiar, almost comforting. I placed a plate of pancakes on the stove, one for me, one for Daniel, even though I already knew he probably wouldn't come down for hours. Daniel always slept late on Sundays, especially after drinking. At around 7:30, I stepped outside and looked at our lawn. The grass didn't need cutting. I had mowed it the previous weekend, but something about the quiet, mechanical focus of mowing felt necessary. So I pulled the lawnmower out of the garage and started working. Back and forth. Perfectly straight lines. Every pass of the mower felt like drawing another organized row through the chaos inside my mind. Because rage is dangerous when it's unfocused. But rage directed through strategy can be very effective. By the time I finished, the sun had fully risen. The yard looked perfectly symmetrical. Order restored, at least on the surface. When I went back inside, Daniel still hadn't moved. The television upstairs was playing some mindless late-night program he must have left running. Canned laughter echoed faintly through the hallway. I showered, changed clothes, checked the mailbox. Then I drove to a hardware store and bought a box of screws I didn't actually need. After that, I stopped by the grocery store and bought items we already had at home. I kept moving. Because movement prevents emotional explosions. And the last thing I needed was an emotional explosion. What I needed was clarity. When I returned home, Daniel was finally awake. He was sitting on the couch, wearing sweatpants, watching television. A half-empty glass of water sat on the coffee table. He glanced at me casually when I walked in. No apology. No awkwardness. Nothing. Just a relaxed nod. "Morning," he said. I set the grocery bags on the kitchen counter. "Morning." Daniel stretched lazily and looked toward the kitchen. "You make pancakes earlier?" "Yes." "Are there any left?" "They're on the stove." He walked in and lifted the lid. The pancakes had gone cold. Daniel shrugged and tossed them into the microwave. While it hummed, he leaned against the counter and scrolled through his phone, completely relaxed. Finally, he spoke again. "So, we good?" I looked at him. "We good?" He shrugged. I told you the truth last night." His tone was casual, almost proud. Most people would just cheat and never say anything. I studied his face. There was no remorse, no regret. Daniel genuinely believed his honesty deserved credit. "I see," I said quietly. The microwave beeped. He pulled out the plate and started eating. For several minutes, we stood in the kitchen in silence. Then Daniel asked casually, "So what are you working on lately?" "A proposal," I said. "For who?" "Confidential." He laughed. Right. Secret paperwork. That same dismissive tone. The same assumption he had made for years. That my work was small, unimportant, predictable. Daniel finished his pancakes and rinsed the plate. Then he walked past me toward the living room. "Oh," he added over his shoulder, "Laura's flying into the city this week." He said it deliberately, testing me, waiting for a reaction, but I gave him none. Instead, I simply picked up my coffee and walked toward my office. Daniel leaned against the doorway watching me. "You're awfully calm about all this," he said. I paused. Then I turned slightly toward him. "You already made your decision," I replied evenly. "So there isn't much to discuss." For a moment, Daniel looked almost disappointed, like he had expected something more dramatic. "Fair enough," he said with a shrug. Then he returned to the couch and turned the television back on. I closed the office door behind me, sat down at my desk, and opened the secure laptop again. The draft email still waited on the screen. Subject line, glowing softly. Urgent. Undisclosed risk factor regarding executive personnel conduct. Outside my office, Daniel laughed at something on television. Inside the room, I slowly leaned back in my chair and began calculating exactly when the right moment would arrive. Because patience is often the most powerful weapon in the room. Sunday evening settled over the house with a tension so quiet it almost felt invisible. Daniel behaved as if the previous night had been nothing more than a casual conversation. That alone told me everything I needed to know about how he viewed our marriage. To him, it wasn't sacred. It wasn't fragile. It was simply stable, predictable, something he assumed would always remain in place, no matter what he did. Around dinner time, he wandered into the kitchen, barefoot, wearing comfortable pajamas and scrolling through his phone. "So," he said casually, leaning against the counter, "what do you feel like tonight? Thai food or Italian?" For a second, I thought I had misheard him, but Daniel was serious. He was asking what we should order for dinner, less than 24 hours after telling me he planned to sleep with another woman. "I'm not hungry," I replied. Daniel shrugged. "I'll get Thai." He pulled out his phone and placed an order. Red curry, mild spice, extra rice, my usual order. The audacity of it was almost impressive, as if routine itself could erase what had happened. The delivery arrived 20 minutes later. Daniel ate while watching television. I sat at the dining table with a glass of water. We barely spoke. But silence can carry more meaning than conversation. By 8 o'clock, I stood up and walked into my study. This time, I deliberately left the door open. The soft clicking of my keyboard echoed down the hallway as I typed. Papers rustled. Occasionally, I flipped through documents. Everything looked perfectly normal, predictable. Reliable Elena working on her boring compliance work. Exactly what Daniel expected. At 9:30 p.m., I executed the first move. I stepped away from my desk, left the laptop open, and walked into the kitchen to pour myself a glass of water. The screen remained illuminated under the desk lamp, my email inbox visible, and right at the top, the carefully crafted draft email. Subject line clearly readable from the hallway. Urgent. Undisclosed risk factor regarding executive personnel conduct. Daniel walked past the doorway once, then again. The third time he slowed down. I didn't turn around. I simply continued reviewing a printed spreadsheet with a red pen, but I could sense him standing there, reading, processing. His breathing shifted slightly, not dramatically, but enough. He lingered for maybe 5 seconds before walking upstairs. The draft email remained unopened, exactly as planned, because uncertainty is often more powerful than direct confrontation. From upstairs, I heard the television volume increase. A few minutes later, footsteps pacing across the bedroom floor. Daniel had started thinking, and that was the first crack in his confidence. At 10:30 p.m., I closed my laptop and walked into the living room. Daniel was sitting on the couch with his phone in his hand, scrolling, or pretending to scroll. He looked up when I entered. There was a hesitation in his expression now, a small flicker of uncertainty. I walked past him calmly toward the kitchen, pouring myself a glass of whiskey. "I'm thinking about flying to Dallas next week," I said casually. Daniel looked up immediately. "Dallas?" I nodded. "Potential new project." "What kind of client?" he asked. "Still preliminary," I replied. "You wouldn't know the company." Daniel's eyes narrowed slightly. He leaned forward on the couch. "You travel for projects sometimes?" "Occasionally." He studied me for a few seconds, then asked carefully, "Anything big?" I took a slow sip of whiskey. "Possibly." The silence stretched between us. I could practically hear the gears turning in his mind. The email subject line, my calm behavior. The mention of a new project, all forming connections he couldn't quite understand. Daniel finally leaned back and forced a casual shrug. "Well," he said lightly, "good luck with that." But the confidence in his voice had faded. For the rest of the evening, we both pretended everything was normal. But the tension in the house had changed. Daniel went to bed earlier than usual, and something unusual caught my attention when I walked upstairs later. He had left several lights on in the hallway. Daniel hated wasting electricity, but tonight he had turned on nearly every light between the bedroom and staircase, the same habit he had as a child during thunderstorms, when he was nervous, when something outside felt threatening. Except tonight, the storm wasn't outside. It was already inside the house. The countdown had begun. Monday morning arrived with perfect clarity. At exactly 8 a.m., a black luxury sedan stopped in front of the headquarters of Pinnacle Dynamics Corporation. A tall man stepped out of the car, wearing an immaculate navy suit, confident posture, expensive watch, perfectly styled hair. This was Daniel Carter's longtime fantasy. Laura Hayes, Senior Vice President of Strategic Growth, the woman Daniel had just risked his marriage to pursue. Inside the building, everything seemed perfectly normal. The concierge greeted her by name. Her assistant had already prepared her morning espresso. The executive floor buzzed with quiet anticipation, because today was supposed to be a historic day. The final internal briefing before announcing the Meridian acquisition, a $4.2 billion merger that would dominate financial headlines. Laura stepped into the executive elevator with calm confidence. Her smartwatch buzzed softly with reminders. Board meeting. Legal review. Public relations briefing. She had spent years positioning herself for this moment, the deal that would define her career. When the elevator doors opened on the 32nd floor, her assistant Claire was waiting. But something about Claire's expression was wrong. No smile. No cheerful greeting. Instead, she held two phones in her hands, both screens glowing with unread notifications. "Laura," Claire said quietly. Her voice trembled. "There's a situation." Laura frowned slightly. "What kind of situation?" Claire handed her the company phone. "Security escalation." Laura glanced down at the screen. A red banner flashed across the top. "Confidential. Priority 1. Disclosure escalation." Her stomach tightened. She opened the attached document. The first page was brutally direct. Undisclosed romantic relationship between executive-level officer and external stakeholder connected to internal RFP documentation processes. Potential breach of SEC transparency requirements. Her pulse spiked. The second page displayed hotel booking records. San Diego, Chicago, Charleston. Every trip she had taken with Daniel. Every date. Every timestamp. The third page listed phone communication logs, late-night calls, weekend messages, dozens of entries, all correlated with internal company metadata. Laura's hands started trembling. "What else is there?" she asked quietly. Claire hesitated, then slowly turned her personal phone around. Another email screenshot, sent directly to the acquiring company's CEO. Subject line: Supplemental Risk Disclosure Documentation. Executive entanglement / Meridian merger. Laura's entire body went cold. Someone had been watching. Someone had been collecting evidence. For months. She turned and walked quickly into an empty conference room, closing the door behind her. Her heart pounded as she grabbed her phone. The first number she dialed was Daniel. The call went straight to voicemail. She tried again. Voicemail. Again. Voicemail. Daniel didn't answer. Because at that exact moment, he had absolutely no idea that the quiet woman he dismissed every day had just triggered a chain reaction that was beginning to destroy everything. Monday afternoon, at exactly 2:16 p.m., the Meridian acquisition stopped moving. Not slowed. Not delayed. Stopped. Across two corporate headquarters, one in San Francisco, the other in New York, legal departments issued the same command. All documents frozen. All systems locked. All negotiations suspended. Inside the virtual data room, where hundreds of lawyers, bankers, and executives had been collaborating for months, a single notice replaced every open file. Access suspended. Ethical compliance review in progress. Just like that, a $4.2 billion deal fell into silence. At Pinnacle Dynamics headquarters, the executive boardroom had transformed from a place of celebration into something much colder. Senior legal officer Margaret Torres stood at the head of the table, holding a printed copy of the whistleblower report. The pages trembled slightly in her hands, not from fear, but from the gravity of what they contained. 12 executives sat around the polished conference table. No one spoke. Margaret read aloud in a steady voice. Failure to disclose internal conflicts of interest tied to romantic entanglements may trigger immediate ethical review procedures and invalidate merger terms under Clause 7C of the Joint Integrity Framework Agreement. The words fell heavily into the room. Someone cleared their throat. Another executive rubbed his forehead. Finally, one of the external lawyers spoke. "We need to notify insurance carriers immediately and prepare contingency statements for potential media exposure." Margaret nodded. Then she turned toward Laura Hayes. Laura looked pale. The confident executive who had walked into the building that morning was gone. Her posture had collapsed. Her hands were clasped tightly together. "Laura," Margaret said calmly. "You're stepping back from all responsibilities, effective immediately." The words landed like a judge's sentence. Laura didn't argue, didn't protest. She simply nodded, because deep down, she already knew there was no defense. Meanwhile, across the city, Daniel Carter was beginning to realize something was terribly wrong. He had tried calling Laura 3 times, then 5, then 8. Every call went unanswered. At first, he assumed she was busy in meetings, but when the news alert appeared on his phone around 3 p.m., his stomach dropped. Major merger paused following compliance review. The article was short, carefully worded, but Daniel understood corporate language well enough to read between the lines. A compliance review meant investigation. Investigation meant evidence. And evidence meant someone had exposed something serious. His hands felt suddenly cold. Daniel stared at the screen for several seconds before opening his messaging app. He typed quickly, "Daniel, hey, what's going on with the Meridian deal?" No response. A few minutes later, he tried again. "Daniel, Laura, call me." Still nothing. For the first time, a small thread of anxiety began tightening inside his chest, because there was only one person who might have known something about that merger. Only one person in his life who worked quietly in the shadows of corporate investigations. Slowly, Daniel lifted his eyes and looked across the living room at my closed office door. Inside that office, I was sitting very still. The secure laptop screen glowed softly in front of me. The escalation report had already been acknowledged. The regulatory portal confirmed receipt. From there, the process moved automatically. Legal teams, corporate ethics boards, federal compliance officers. Once triggered, the machinery of corporate oversight doesn't move quickly, but it moves relentlessly. There was nothing left for me to do now except wait. And yet, for the first time since Saturday night, a strange heaviness settled over my chest. Because despite everything Daniel had done, despite the betrayal, despite the arrogance, 9 years of marriage still existed inside my memories. You can destroy trust in a moment, but emotional history doesn't disappear that quickly. I leaned back in my chair and closed my eyes. Images surfaced uninvited. Our wedding day. Daniel nervously adjusting his tie before the ceremony. The first apartment we shared. The excitement when we bought our house. Late night conversations about our future. All of it now felt like scenes from someone else's life. I wasn't crying, but there was a hollow ache in my chest that strategy couldn't erase. Sometimes the hardest part of betrayal isn't the anger. It's realizing the person you loved never truly understood you at all. A soft knock interrupted my thoughts. I opened my eyes. Daniel stood in the doorway. He looked different. Less confident. Less certain. "Elena," he said carefully. I turned my chair slowly. "Yes?" He hesitated. For the first time since his confession, Daniel seemed unsure what to say. "Something's happening at Pinnacle Dynamics," he said. His voice was tight. "The Meridian merger just got paused." I watched him quietly. "And?" I asked. Daniel studied my face. Then he glanced at the laptop on my desk. That same tension from the previous night returned. "Elena," he said slowly, "you wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?" The question hung between us. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. Finally, I leaned forward and folded my hands on the desk. "Daniel," I said softly, "you told me Saturday night that honesty mattered." He nodded cautiously. "Yes. So I'll be honest too." I held his gaze. Sometimes actions have consequences people never expect. His face drained of color. Because in that moment, Daniel finally understood something he had never considered before. He hadn't betrayed a passive wife. He had betrayed someone who professionally investigated hidden risks for a living. And he had just handed her the final piece of evidence she needed. Outside the office window, the late afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky. Inside the house, silence spread through the hallway like a shadow, because the moment of realization had finally arrived. And Daniel Carter was beginning to understand that the quiet woman he underestimated had already changed everything. Daniel stood in my office doorway as if the floor beneath him had suddenly become unstable. The confidence that had always defined him, the effortless charm, the relaxed arrogance, had disappeared. Now there was only uncertainty. "Consequences?" he repeated quietly. I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I closed the laptop in front of me. The sound was soft, but it carried weight. Daniel's eyes followed the motion carefully. "You reported something," he said slowly. It wasn't a question. I studied him for a moment. For years, Daniel had interpreted my silence as weakness. Now he was finally beginning to understand what silence actually meant. "I did my job," I replied calmly. His jaw tightened. "Elena, this isn't just some paperwork issue. I'm aware. You could destroy people's careers. That depends on what they did." Daniel ran a hand through his hair. The calm composure he usually carried into every situation had fractured. "You didn't have to escalate it," he said. His voice had shifted. Not angry, desperate. "Didn't I?" I asked quietly. He stared at me. "You could have talked to me first." That sentence lingered between us for several seconds. Finally, I leaned forward slightly. "You mean before or after you told me you planned to sleep with another woman?" Daniel opened his mouth, then closed it again. There was no answer that didn't expose the hypocrisy of what he was saying. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. Then Daniel exhaled slowly and stepped further into the room. "This merger, it's huge," he said. "People are counting on it." "I know. You don't understand the fallout this could cause." I met his eyes. "You're right," I said softly. "I understand exactly how much fallout it could cause." Daniel's shoulders slumped slightly, because somewhere deep down he knew the truth. I had probably understood the risks long before he did. Finally, he asked the question he had been avoiding since he walked into the room. Was it because of me? The honesty in that moment surprised me. I took a breath. "No," I said. And for once, Daniel heard the sincerity in my voice. "The investigation started months ago." He frowned. "What?" "Your travel records, Laura's schedule. The conference overlaps." I watched his face carefully. Those patterns were already under review. Daniel blinked. "You're saying this would have happened anyway?" "Yes." The room fell silent again. That realization hit him harder than anything else, because it meant his confession hadn't triggered revenge. It had simply confirmed what the investigation already suspected, and Daniel had walked straight into it. That evening, the tension inside the house shifted again. Daniel stopped pacing, stopped asking questions. Instead, he retreated into quiet, the kind of quiet that comes when someone realizes the situation is already beyond their control. Around 8 o'clock, his phone rang. He answered immediately. "Yes?" I couldn't hear the voice on the other end, but I could see Daniel's posture change. His shoulders stiffened. His face tightened. Then he said something that told me everything I needed to know. "I understand," he said quietly. When he ended the call, he didn't look at me right away. Instead, he stared down at the phone in his hand. "What happened?" I asked. Daniel swallowed. "That was Brian," he said. "Brian Keller, one of his closest colleagues." "What did he say?" Daniel laughed softly, but there was no humor in it. "The deal is dead." The words echoed through the room. "The board suspended the merger completely," he continued. "Internal investigations, external audits, lawyers everywhere." He rubbed his forehead. "And Laura's been removed from the executive team, pending review." I watched him carefully. "Anything else?" Daniel hesitated, then finally looked at me. "They're investigating everyone connected to her." There it was. The part he had been avoiding. "Everyone?" I asked. He nodded slowly. My name came up. The silence that followed felt heavy. Daniel sat down on the couch like the strength had drained from his legs. For years, he had believed the world revolved around his charm, his networking, his ability to manipulate situations socially. Now he was facing something entirely different. Systems, regulations, documentation, the quiet machinery of accountability, the exact world I lived in every day. And it was a world where charm meant nothing. After several minutes, Daniel spoke again. "What happens now?" I stood up from the chair, walked to the window, looked out at the darkening street. "Now," I said quietly, "the truth works its way through the system." Daniel leaned forward. "And us?" That question carried far more weight than the corporate investigation. For a moment, I didn't answer. Then I turned toward him. "Daniel," I said softly, "you made your choice on Saturday night." He looked down at the floor, and for the first time since this entire situation began, he had nothing left to say. The collapse happened faster than anyone expected. Corporate investigations usually move slowly. Weeks of quiet reviews, careful interviews, endless legal consultations. But the Meridian acquisition was too big, too public, too expensive. And when billions of dollars are involved, companies don't wait around to protect reputations. They act immediately to protect themselves. Within 48 hours, the internal review at Pinnacle Dynamics expanded into a full compliance investigation. Executives were questioned. Email servers were audited. Travel reimbursements were examined line by line. And every document connected to the merger was placed under legal review. The official statement released to the financial press was carefully neutral. Pinnacle Dynamics has temporarily paused the Meridian acquisition, pending an internal ethics review related to disclosure compliance. But inside corporate circles, everyone understood what that meant. Something had gone wrong. And someone had failed to disclose something serious. Laura Hayes disappeared from the executive floor by Wednesday morning. Her access badge stopped working. Her company email account was locked, and her name quietly vanished from several internal leadership directories. No public scandal, no dramatic announcement, just quiet removal. That's how corporations handle damage control. Meanwhile, Daniel's situation unraveled more slowly. At first, his company simply asked him a few questions. Routine compliance clarification. Nothing serious. But as investigators traced communication records, the timeline became impossible to ignore. Travel overlaps, private messages, conference registrations that suddenly made much more sense when viewed alongside Laura's schedule. By Thursday afternoon, Daniel received a formal email from his firm's legal department. Request for internal interview regarding potential conflict of interest. I watched him read the message at the kitchen table. His face went pale. For the first time since everything began, Daniel looked genuinely frightened. "What does this mean?" he asked quietly. "It means they're asking questions," I said. "And if they find something?" he asked. I didn't sugarcoat the answer. "Then they'll protect the company." Daniel nodded slowly. He understood what that meant. In corporate investigations, individuals are expendable. Reputation isn't. 2 weeks later, the Meridian merger officially collapsed. Financial news outlets ran the headline across multiple networks. $4.2 billion deal abandoned following ethics review. Analysts speculated about internal conflicts, corporate governance failures, executive oversight. The official explanation remained vague, but inside the industry, everyone already knew. Word spreads quickly among executives. Laura Hayes quietly relocated back to her hometown after her position at Pinnacle Dynamics was terminated. Her once promising career in corporate strategy had evaporated almost overnight. Daniel's outcome wasn't much better. His company concluded that his undisclosed relationship with Laura represented a serious professional conflict. They didn't fire him immediately, but they did something almost worse. They removed him from every major client account. No leadership roles. No travel responsibilities. No future promotion track. Daniel Carter, the charismatic dealmaker who once dominated networking events, was suddenly just another employee with limited responsibilities. His professional reputation had cracked, and in that world, cracks spread quickly. At home, the silence between us grew heavier each day. Daniel stopped trying to justify himself, stopped asking questions. Instead, he moved through the house carefully, like someone living in a place that no longer belonged to him. One evening, he stood in the doorway of my office again. "Elena," he said quietly. I looked up. "I'm moving out this weekend." The words were simple, but they carried the weight of finality. I nodded slowly. "That's probably best." Daniel remained standing there for a moment. "There's something I need to ask," he said. I waited. He swallowed. "Did you ever plan this?" The question was sincere, not accusing, just searching. I leaned back in my chair. "No." He frowned slightly. "But you knew." I suspected. "And you waited." "Yes." Daniel nodded slowly, because now he finally understood something that had taken him years to see. My silence had never been weakness. It had been observation. "You could have destroyed me personally," he said. "But you didn't." I shook my head. "I didn't destroy you." The room went quiet again. Daniel looked down at the floor, and for the first time since this entire situation began, his voice carried genuine regret. "I underestimated you," he admitted. I studied him carefully. "Yes," I said softly. "You did. Daniel moved out that Saturday. The house felt different afterward, quieter, lighter somehow. Not because I was celebrating what happened, but because the tension that had slowly built for years had finally disappeared. The marriage was over. The investigation had run its course, and the consequences had landed exactly where they were supposed to. Not through revenge, not through anger, just through truth. And truth has a way of revealing everything eventually. 3 months after Daniel moved out, my life had settled into a new rhythm. The house was quieter now, not the tense silence that used to hang between us, but a calm, steady quiet that felt peaceful. I kept the same morning routine: coffee at 6, a short walk with the dog, then several hours of reviewing documents before the rest of the world even woke up. But something inside me had changed. For years, I had believed patience meant enduring things quietly. Now I understood something different. Patience doesn't mean accepting disrespect. It means waiting until the truth reveals itself. And the truth eventually did. The Meridian investigation became a case study discussed quietly inside corporate ethics circles. A reminder that undisclosed relationships and conflicts of interest can destroy deals worth billions. A few weeks later, I received an invitation to speak at a corporate ethics summit in Washington. The topic they asked me to discuss was simple: silent integrity in high-risk environments. Standing on that stage, looking out at hundreds of executives, lawyers, and compliance officers, I remembered something Daniel used to say about me at networking events. "She does boring paperwork." The audience laughed gently when I mentioned that. Then I told them something I had learned the hard way. In compliance work, I said, the quiet people are often the ones paying the closest attention. The room became completely still. Silence isn't weakness, I continued. Sometimes silence is observation. And observation eventually reveals everything. After the talk ended, the entire audience stood and applauded, not because of me, but because everyone in that room understood how easily arrogance can blind people to consequences. Later that evening, when I returned home, I noticed something small but meaningful. The house no longer felt like the place where my marriage had ended. It simply felt like my home again. I sat on the back porch with a glass of wine and watched the sun disappear behind the trees. And for the first time in a long time, I felt something close to clarity. Daniel had mistaken quiet for weakness. Laura had mistaken secrecy for safety. Both of them believed their actions would remain hidden. But the truth about the world I work in, and the truth about life in general, is simple. Eventually, every decision creates a trail, and sooner or later, someone follows it. Not loudly, not dramatically, but patiently, because the quiet ones aren't always weak. Sometimes we're just waiting for the moment when the truth finally speaks for itself. My name is Emily Carter, and for 14 years, I've built my life on something I thought was unshakable: hard work, loyalty, marriage. And the night my husband laughed at me in front of his entire family was the night I realized I had been living as a background character in my own life. It should have been one of the proudest days I'd ever had. 14 years inside a steel processing plant in Ohio. 12-hour shifts, bruised hands, aching shoulders, holidays traded for overtime pay. I never complained, not once. I kept my head down, did my job, and earned every inch of respect the hard way. And finally, I got promoted. Not temporary, not "we'll see how you do." Operation supervisor, a real office, a real salary increase, a badge that didn't smell like sweat and steel. I remember standing in the doorway that night, holding a box of lukewarm pizza in one hand and my promotion letter in the other. My heart beating faster than it had in years. I thought he'd be proud. Ryan was curled up on the couch, scrolling through his phone, a glass of red wine sweating on the coaster I had made him last Christmas. He didn't even look up. "I got it," I said, trying to keep the excitement from spilling over. "It's official. Operation Supervisor." He blinked slowly, like I'd interrupted something more important. "That's great, Em." That was it. No smile that reached his eyes. No hug. No, "I'm proud of you." Just that. And somehow that silence felt louder than anything. But I told myself I was overthinking. I told myself he was tired. I told myself it didn't matter. Until the dinner. until his family raised their glasses, not to me, not to the years I had given, not to the life I had fought to build, but to another woman, his ex. And when his brother called me a token idiot in front of everyone, Ryan laughed. Not awkwardly, not reluctantly, fully, like I was the punchline. And in that moment, something inside me didn't break. It shifted because I realized something terrifying, something quiet and undeniable. I wasn't being loved. I was being tolerated. And maybe I had been for a very long time. I'm 36 years old. And for most of my adult life, I believed that love looked like endurance, like showing up every day, like staying, even when things felt slightly off, slightly cold, slightly wrong. I met Ryan when I was 22. Back then, I was still figuring out what kind of life I wanted. I had just started working at the steel plant, entry level, exhausted, determined. He was different from the men I worked with, cleaner, smoother. He had this easy confidence that made everything seem effortless. We met at a friend's barbecue. I remember standing near the drinks table, trying to open a stubborn bottle cap, when he stepped beside me. "Here," he said, taking it from my hands. "You're going to break your wrist before that thing opens." I laughed. "I work in a steel plant. I think I'll survive a bottle cap." He smiled at that. Really smiled. That explains the attitude. That was how it started. Simple, light, easy. Ryan worked in sales, something flexible, something that didn't leave grease under his nails or bruises on his arms. He liked nice dinners, clean shirts, weekends that didn't involve waking up at 5 a.m. I liked stability. And somehow, we fit. At least, that's what I told myself. In the beginning, he was attentive. He'd text me during my shifts. "Did you eat? Drink water. Don't overwork yourself." And when I came home late, smelling like metal and sweat, he'd wrinkle his nose but still pull me into a hug. "You work too hard," he'd say softly. I thought that meant he cared. Looking back, I think it meant he didn't understand me. We dated for 3 years before he proposed. He chose the ring himself. Silver band, modest diamond, nothing extravagant, but I didn't need extravagant. I needed something real. And when he got down on one knee in that small park near our first apartment, I said yes, without hesitation. Because I believed in us. Because I believed in building something together. Marriage didn't change things overnight. It was gradual, subtle. Like the slow shift of seasons you don't notice until the air feels different. Ryan never disrespected me directly. He just diminished me quietly. At dinners with friends, he'd joke, "Emily's married to the plant. I'm just the side character." People would laugh. I would smile. At family gatherings, his parents, Carol and Bill, would ask about my job in that polite tone that wasn't really curiosity. "Oh, you're still working there?" Still. Like it was temporary. Like it was something I should have grown out of. His brother, Daniel, everyone called him Danny, was worse. He had that kind of humor that always needed a target. "Careful, Em," he once said, grinning across the table. "One day you'll come home and realize you've turned into one of the machines." Laughter. Always laughter. And Ryan, he never defended me. Not once. Not in a serious way. At best, he'd chuckle and say, "All right, man, relax." But there was never weight behind it. Never protection. I told myself it wasn't a big deal. They're just joking. That's just how his family is. It doesn't mean anything. But there were other things. Small things. The kind you can ignore if you try hard enough. Ryan still talked about his ex, Sophie. Not constantly. Not obsessively. But enough. She always loved this restaurant. Sophie used to say that too. She had great taste in wine. At first, I thought it was harmless. People have pasts. That's normal. But sometimes it didn't feel like the past. Sometimes it felt present. There were moments when I'd catch him smiling at his phone. Not the relaxed kind of smile. The kind that lingered. Private. And when I'd ask, he'd just shrug. Work stuff. I never pushed. Because I trusted him. Because I trusted us. Because I believed that the years we had built together meant something solid. And maybe they did. Just not in the way I thought. Because when I look back now, I can see it clearly. The distance, the dismissiveness, the way I kept shrinking pieces of myself to make the relationship feel whole. I thought love was about compromise, about patience, about staying. I didn't realize I was the only one doing all three. If I'm being honest, nothing in my life collapsed all at once. It unraveled quietly, so quietly that for a long time, I kept telling myself everything was fine, even when my chest felt tight for no clear reason, even when silence between us started to feel heavier than arguments. The first real shift didn't come with a fight. It came with absence. Ryan started coming home later. At first, it was client dinners, then last-minute meetings, then just work. No details, no stories, just vague explanations that ended conversations instead of opening them. I remember one night in particular. I had just finished a double shift, my body aching, hands sore, hair tied up in a messy knot. I came home expecting the house to be quiet, maybe a quick shower in bed, but the kitchen light was on. Ryan was there, leaning against the counter, typing on his phone. He didn't even notice me at first. Not until I set my keys down a little louder than usual. "Oh," he said, glancing up. "You're home." You're home. Not hey. Not how was your day. Just acknowledgement. "Yeah," I replied, slipping off my boots. "Long shift." His thumbs kept moving across the screen. I stood there for a moment, watching him, waiting. For something. Anything. "Who are you texting?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light. "Work," he said instantly. Too instantly. Then he locked the phone and slipped it into his pocket. That small movement. It stayed with me longer than I expected. Not because it was proof of anything, but because it felt like a door closing. After that, I started noticing more. Little things. The way he angled his phone away from me when he was using it. The way notifications would light up his screen late at night, and he'd flip it face down without even checking if I saw. The way he smiled sometimes. Not at me. Not at anything in the room, but at something unseen. I told myself I was imagining things, that I was tired, that working 12-hour shifts was making me paranoid. But then came his family. They didn't change overnight either. They just leaned in harder. More comments, sharper jokes, less effort to pretend they respected me. At one dinner, Carol tilted her head slightly as she looked at me. "Emily, have you ever thought about transitioning out of the plant?" The word transitioning sounded so polite, so carefully chosen, like she was offering advice instead of judgment. "I like what I do," I said simply. She smiled, the kind of smile that doesn't reach the eyes. "I'm sure you do, but long term, Ryan deserves someone who can match his lifestyle." The table went quiet for half a second. Then Danny snorted into his drink. "And Ryan?" He didn't say anything. He just took a sip of his wine. That silence, it said everything. Later that night, in the car, I finally asked him, "Do you think I'm not enough for you?" He glanced at me briefly before looking back at the road. "Where is this coming from?" "Your mom, the way she talks, the way everyone talks. They're just being honest, Em." Honest. The word hit harder than anything else. "So you agree with them?" I pressed. He exhaled, like I was making things complicated. "I think we're just in different places." Different places. I stared out the window after that, watching streetlights blur past. Because what did that even mean? We lived in the same house, slept in the same bed, shared the same life, and yet somehow we were in different places. That was the moment something inside me started to shift, not break. Not yet, but crack. A thin, almost invisible fracture. And then there was Sophie. Her name started appearing more often. Not directly, not openly, but in ways that felt intentional. Danny mentioned her once, casually. "You know, Sophie just bought a condo downtown." Ryan didn't react, not outwardly, but I saw it. The slight lift of his eyebrows, the almost smile he tried to hide. Lisa added, "She's doing really well. Corporate management now." Again, that look, that subtle interest. And I sat there, quietly, realizing something I didn't want to admit. I wasn't being compared to a memory. I was being compared to someone who was still very much in the picture. I just hadn't seen how close she really was yet, but I would. Soon. And when I did, everything I had been trying to ignore would become impossible to deny. The night everything became undeniable started like something small, something almost harmless. Ryan told me he wanted to celebrate my promotion, not just the two of us. With family, he said casually, like that was a gift. I should have known. I should have recognized the pattern by then. The way family always meant I would walk into a room already positioned as the punchline. But part of me still wanted to believe, still hoped that maybe this time would be different. That maybe, just maybe, he would stand beside me, not behind me, not silent. Beside me. When we arrived, the house was already full. Danny was there, leaning back in his chair, swirling a glass of expensive bourbon like he was performing for an audience. Carol and Bill had driven down, dressed like this was some kind of formal occasion. Lisa stood near the dining table, heels clicking against the floor as she laughed too loudly at something no one else seemed to find funny. Everything looked normal, too normal. The table was set beautifully, plates aligned, candles flickering. The smell of baked mac and cheese filled the room. My favorite, the way I liked it. Ryan pulled out my chair. Sit, he said. Simple. Neutral. I sat. Dinner started pleasantly enough. Small talk. Work updates. Weather. The kind of conversation that fills space without meaning anything. But slowly, the topic shifted, like it always did, toward her. Sophie just closed on a new condo downtown, Bill said, cutting into his steak like it was part of the same conversation. Great location, high-end building. Danny whistled. She always had good taste. Lisa added, and she's in corporate management now, right? That's impressive. I kept my eyes on my plate. Fork moving, chewing, swallowing, pretending not to hear the way her name kept circling the table like something sacred, like something better. No one mentioned my promotion again. Not once. Not even Ryan. I glanced at him. He was listening. Nodding, engaged, more engaged than he had been when I told him about the biggest achievement of my career. Something cold settled in my chest, but I stayed quiet because I had learned by then. Silence was easier than confrontation. We made it to dessert. That was when everything snapped. Danny stood up first. Of course he did. He always needed a stage. He raised his glass, grinning like he had been waiting for this exact moment all night. All right, he said, voice loud enough to command the room. Let's do a proper toast. Everyone turned, smiling, expectant. My heart started to beat a little faster. Maybe, just maybe, this was it. Maybe this was where things shifted. Here's to Emily, Danny continued. A pause. A beat too long. Guess the plant finally needed a token idiot to fill the supervisor chair. For a split second, nothing. Then, laughter. Real laughter. Not polite, not hesitant. Full, unfiltered, unapologetic laughter. My fingers tightened around my fork. The sound echoed in my ears, louder than it should have been. I didn't move, didn't react. Just sat there. Then I heard it. Ryan's laugh. Not forced, not uncomfortable, genuine. I turned my head slowly, looked at him. He didn't even glance at me. Didn't notice the way my hand had gone still. Didn't notice anything. Because to him, there was nothing to notice. It's just a joke, Danny added, still chuckling. Relax. Lisa leaned forward, giggling. I still think Ryan peaked with Sophie, though. More laughter. And then Carol raised her glass. Calm. Composed. Deliberate. To Sophie, she said smoothly. The one that got away. Glasses clinked. One after another. Even Ryan's. I felt something inside me twist so tightly I thought I might be sick. But I didn't speak. Didn't shout. Didn't cry. I just sat there. Because in that moment, something became painfully, undeniably clear. This wasn't a joke. This wasn't teasing. This wasn't just how they are. This was who they were. And more importantly, this was who he chose to be. The man I married, the man who was supposed to stand beside me, chose to sit there and laugh. I placed my fork down carefully, slowly, quietly. The sound of metal against porcelain felt louder than anything else in the room. I pushed my chair back. No rush, no sudden movement, just enough to stand. No one stopped me. No one asked where I was going, because no one cared. I walked to the door, opened it, stepped outside. The Ohio air hit my skin, cold, sharp, real. For the first time that night, I could breathe, but my hands were trembling. My chest felt heavy. And as I stood there under the dim glow of the porch light, one thought settled deep into my bones. I had just been erased in front of everyone who was supposed to matter. And not one of them, not even my husband, thought it was wrong. I didn't drive home right away. I couldn't. My hands were still trembling as I sat behind the wheel, staring through the windshield at nothing in particular. The streetlights blurred into soft halos, and for a moment, I wondered if I was overreacting. Maybe it really was just a joke. Maybe I was too sensitive. Maybe I should have laughed it off, played along, kept the peace like I always did. That's what I had trained myself to do, wasn't it? Minimize, endure, stay quiet. But then their voices came back. Clear, sharp, unfiltered, token idiot, the one that got away. And worst of all, Ryan's laughter. I closed my eyes, gripping the steering wheel tighter. No, I whispered to myself. No, that wasn't a joke. That was humiliation. That was dismissal. That was a room full of people telling me exactly how little I mattered. And the man who was supposed to protect me, agreeing. I drove home slowly after that. The house was quiet when I walked in. Too quiet. Ryan was already upstairs. Of course he was. Like nothing had happened. Like the night hadn't just cracked something open inside me that I couldn't close again. I didn't go to our bedroom. I couldn't. Instead, I walked into the den, sank onto the old couch, and stared at the ceiling. The darkness felt honest. At least it didn't pretend. At least it didn't smile while cutting me down. I don't know how long I lay there. Minutes. Hours. Time didn't feel real, only the echo of everything that had been said. Around midnight, my phone buzzed. I didn't want to look, but I did. Ryan. Just one message. Don't be dramatic. It was a joke. I stared at the screen for a long time, reading it again. And again, and again. No apology. No acknowledgement. No, they went too far. Just, don't be dramatic. Something inside me went very still, not broken. Not shattered, just still. Like a lake after a storm, dangerously calm. I typed a response, then deleted it, typed again. Deleted again. Because what was there to say? He had already told me everything I needed to know. That my feelings were inconvenient. That my pain was exaggerated. That my humiliation was entertainment. I placed the phone face down beside me, and for the first time in years, I didn't try to fix it. Didn't try to understand him. Didn't try to explain myself. I just stopped. That night, I didn't sleep. Not really. I drifted in and out of something that wasn't quite rest, staring at the ceiling, listening to the quiet tick of the clock, feeling something shift inside me in ways I didn't fully understand yet. By morning, one thought had settled clearly in my mind. I had been asking the wrong question all these years. I kept asking, what can I do to make this work? But the real question was, why am I the only one trying? I didn't go to work that day. I didn't call in. Didn't explain. I just left. Before sunrise. Before the world could wake up and pretend everything was normal again. I grabbed my keys, got into my truck, and drove. No destination. No plan. Just away. The road stretched out in front of me, wet from the night before, mist hovering low over the asphalt like something unfinished. My hands were steady now. Too steady. And as the miles passed, The noise in my head started to quiet, not disappear, just settle. After hours of driving, I realized where I was going. My uncle's old cabin near Lake Erie. I hadn't been there in years. Not since he passed. But something about it called to me. Maybe because it was the one place in my life that didn't hold expectations, didn't hold judgment, didn't hold him. When I pulled up, the gravel crunched under my tires, the sound oddly grounding. The cabin looked the same, weathered, quiet, waiting. I stepped inside, letting the door close behind me with a hollow thud. Dust hung in the air, but the space felt intact, untouched, like time had paused instead of moved forward. I dropped my bag onto the couch, kicked off my boots, and just stood there, breathing, listening, feeling something inside me loosen for the first time in a long time. No phone buzzing, no laughter at my expense, no silent expectations, just stillness. I grabbed a beer from the mini fridge, warm, stale, but it didn't matter, and sat on the porch, staring out at the trees swaying gently in the wind. And that was when the question finally came. Not loud, not dramatic, just quiet, heavy, honest. When did I stop being enough? Not for him, not for them, but for myself. Because somewhere along the way, I had stopped choosing me. And sitting there, in that silence, with nothing but my own thoughts for company, I realized something I hadn't dared admit before. Maybe I wasn't the problem. Maybe I had just stayed too long in a place where I was never truly valued. I stayed at the cabin for 4 days. 4 days without noise. 4 days without pretending. 4 days where no one laughed at me, questioned me, or made me feel like I was somehow less. Tyler showed up on the second day. I heard his truck before I saw him. The same old engine, sputtering like it had a personality of its own. The screen door creaked open, and he stepped inside like he always used to, carrying a 6-pack and a bag of chips. "You alive?" he asked, glancing around. "Barely," I replied. He nodded like that was enough. We didn't talk about Ryan. Didn't talk about anything serious, really. We just sat on the porch, watching the trees sway, the lake stretching out in the distance like something constant and indifferent to human drama. And somehow, that helped. Because for the first time in years, I wasn't being evaluated. I wasn't being compared. I wasn't being reduced to a joke. I was just there. And that silence gave me space to think, not emotionally, not reactively, clearly. By the 4th day, I wasn't shaking anymore. I wasn't replaying the dinner in my head on a loop. I wasn't asking why. I was asking something else. What now? When I drove back home, the gravel in the driveway crunched beneath my tires like it always did. The house looked exactly the same. Same porch light. Same wreath Ryan had hung 2 Christmases ago. Same potted plants he never watered. Nothing had changed. Except me. I sat in the car for a moment, staring at the front door, feeling something settle deep in my chest. Not fear. Not anger. Clarity. When I stepped inside, Ryan was in the kitchen, humming, like the last 4 days hadn't happened, like I hadn't disappeared, like nothing had broken. He glanced over his shoulder, smiled casually. "Hey," he said, "want dinner? I made cobbler." Cobbler. My favorite. For a split second, something twisted in my chest, because once upon a time, that would have meant something. Care. Effort. Love. Now, it felt like a performance. I didn't answer, just nodded slightly and walked past him. Upstairs. Into the shower. I stood under the hot water longer than necessary, letting it run over my shoulders, trying to wash away the last traces of hesitation, because something had changed. Not loudly, not dramatically, but permanently. That night, after he fell asleep beside me, breathing slow, peaceful, unaffected, I reached for his phone. It wasn't locked. It never had been. That used to mean trust. Now, it felt like arrogance. I opened it, and there it was, her name, Sophie. Bold, familiar, active, My stomach tightened as I scrolled. Message after message. Photos. Jokes. Flirtation. Conversations that didn't belong in a marriage. One message read, "Remember this spot?" Attached was a photo. The dock at Lake Erie. My dock. The place I had taken him the first summer we were together. The place where I taught him how to skip stones across the water. Except in the background, Sophie. Smiling. Like she belonged there. Like that memory had been rewritten without me. My fingers trembled slightly as I kept scrolling. Another photo. Ryan, in a mirror selfie, wearing the same shirt he had worn at the family dinner. The night they laughed at me. Sophie's reply, "You wore that for me, didn't you?" His response, "Maybe." My chest tightened so sharply, it felt hard to breathe. And then the final message that made everything fall into place. "Made your favorite cobbler tonight. Wish you were here." I closed my eyes. Just for a second, because that night, he had offered that same cobbler to me. Smiling. Casual. Like I was still the one it was meant for. But I wasn't. I hadn't been for a long time. I set the phone down, slowly, carefully, exactly where I found it. Then I lay back beside him, staring at the ceiling, listening to his breathing, feeling something inside me harden. The next morning, I didn't confront him. I didn't cry, didn't ask questions, didn't demand explanations, because I already had the truth, and reacting would only give him time to adjust the story. So instead, I watched. I listened. I paid attention. At breakfast, he acted like nothing had changed. Scrambled eggs. Toast. That same soft humming. "I'm going to my sister's baby shower this weekend," he said casually. "Might stay the night." I nodded. Sounds good. But I wasn't agreeing. I was memorizing. Because later that day, when he left the room, I picked up his phone again. Scrolled. Checked. No messages with his sister, but plenty with Sophie. One of them read, "Sunday still works, same apartment." I memorized the address. Every detail. Every word. The next few days, I played my role perfectly. Came home on time. Asked about his day. Fixed the dishwasher he said was leaking. Let him pat my shoulder like I was still the same woman he had underestimated for years. But inside, I wasn't that woman anymore. I was calculating. Documenting, waiting. Because when someone lies to you, you have two choices: react emotionally or respond strategically. And for the first time in my life, I chose strategy. Sunday came. He left the house in a light shirt, cologne lingering in the air, keys jingling in his hand. "Wish me luck," he said with a smirk. "Baby shower games." I smiled faintly. "Good luck." Then I waited. Counted to 30, grabbed my keys, and followed, 2 cars behind, far enough to stay unseen, close enough not to lose him. My hands were steady on the steering wheel, not from calm, but from certainty, because deep down, I already knew where he was going. I just needed to see it with my own eyes. He drove north, past the familiar roads, past the route he always took when he said he was visiting family. But then he turned. Toward Riverside Drive, toward a row of upscale condos. My chest tightened, not from surprise, but from confirmation. He slowed in front of a brick building, parked, checked his reflection, adjusted his shirt, then got out, confident, relaxed. Like he belonged there. Like there was nothing to hide. He walked to the door and disappeared inside. I sat there, half a block away, engine off, hands resting lightly on the wheel. No tears, no anger, just stillness. Because in that moment, everything became real. Not suspicion, not doubt, not fear. Truth. And truth, once seen clearly, changes everything. I waited in that car for 3 hours. Not because I needed proof anymore, but because some part of me still needed to feel the full weight of it. The truth. Unfiltered, unavoidable. The sky shifted slowly from afternoon light into that muted gray-blue of early evening. Streetlights flickered on one by one, casting long shadows across the pavement. And I just sat there, watching the door. My fingers rested loosely on the steering wheel, but inside, everything felt hollow, not broken. Not even angry, just empty, like something had quietly drained out of me. When the door finally opened, I didn't lean forward, didn't hold my breath. I already knew what I was going to see. Ryan stepped out first, relaxed, smiling. And then she followed, Sophie. She laughed, soft, warm, familiar. The kind of laugh I used to think belonged to me. Ryan stood too close to her. His hand brushed her back like it was instinct. Like it had always been that way. They said something to each other, too quiet for me to hear, but whatever it was made her laugh again, tilting her head slightly, her hand coming up to her chest. That gesture, I recognized it, because I used to be the reason for it. I didn't move, didn't react, just watched. Because sometimes the most painful thing isn't the betrayal itself. It's how natural it looks, how easy, how effortless. Like the life you thought you had never really existed at all. When they finally separated, he didn't look around, didn't check if anyone was watching, didn't hesitate. He just walked away, confident, careless, certain that he would never be caught. Or worse, certain that it wouldn't matter if he was. I started the engine slowly, drove home without thinking, without feeling, without anything. By the time I pulled into the driveway, the porch light was already on. Same as always, unchanged. I sat there for a moment, staring at the house, at the life inside it. And for the first time, it didn't feel like mine. When I walked in, Ryan was already there, standing in the kitchen, sorting through the mail like he had been home all evening, like nothing had happened, like I hadn't just watched him walk out of another woman's apartment. "How was the baby shower?" I asked. My voice sounded steady, too steady. He didn't even flinch. "Chaotic," he said with a smirk. "Lisa's new boyfriend is a disaster." I nodded. Sounds about right. And just like that, the lie settled into the room, comfortable, untouched, untested. That was the moment something inside me reached its lowest point. Not when I saw him with her, not when I read the messages, but right there, standing in my own kitchen, listening to him lie to my face without hesitation. Without guilt, without effort. I went upstairs, closed the bedroom door, sat on the edge of the bed, and finally, I let myself feel it. Not loud, not dramatic, no tears at first. Just a slow, crushing weight pressing down on my chest. I looked around the room, at the walls we painted together, at the furniture we chose, at the life we built, and I realized something that made my throat tighten. I had been alone in this marriage for a long time. I just didn't want to admit it. When the tears finally came, they were quiet, almost polite, like even my pain had learned not to make a scene. "I wasn't enough," I whispered. The words felt heavy, familiar, like something I had been carrying for years without realizing it. But then another thought followed, quieter, stronger, more dangerous. "No." I shook my head slightly, wiping my face with the back of my hand. "That's not it." Because if I wasn't enough, why was he still here? Why was he still using my house, my money, my life, while building something else behind my back? This wasn't about me lacking something. This was about him taking everything and giving nothing. That realization didn't comfort me, but it changed something, shifted something, because pain can break you, or it can sharpen you. That night, I didn't reach for him, didn't speak, didn't react. I lay there beside him, staring into the darkness, listening to his steady breathing, and felt something settle deep inside my chest. Cold. Clear. Final. I had hit the lowest point. Not because I had been betrayed, but because I had finally stopped lying to myself about it. And in that darkness, with nothing left to hold on to, one thought rose above everything else. This ends, not with a fight, not with a scene, but with precision. The next morning, I woke up before him, not because I couldn't sleep, but because something inside me had already moved on. The air in the room felt different, lighter, colder, clear. I didn't look at Ryan, didn't watch him sleep, Didn't try to find traces of the man I thought I married, because that man didn't exist anymore. Or maybe he never did. I got dressed quietly, moved through the house without making noise, and sat at the kitchen table with my laptop open. For the first time, I wasn't reacting. I was planning. Every message I had seen, every transaction, every lie. I started organizing everything. Dates, screenshots, locations, patterns. I created a folder, tax documents, simple, unremarkable, invisible, but inside it was the truth. I logged into our joint account, downloaded statements, scrolled through weeks of transactions, and there it was, clear, undeniable. Thousands of dollars missing, wine purchases, boutique stores, ride services, hotel charges, almost $8,000 over 6 weeks, all aligned perfectly with his late meetings, his family visits, his work dinners. I printed everything, highlighted the amounts, not because I needed to understand anymore, but because I needed to prove. Then I checked his credit activity. Clean, no debt. But one thing stood out. A recent inquiry. Apartment lease. Joint application. Ryan Carter. Sophie Bennett. My fingers stilled on the trackpad. They weren't just having an affair. They were building a life together while I was still in it, still paying for it, still being used. I leaned back in my chair slowly, exhaling through my nose. No panic. No tears. Just clarity. And then the final piece. The one that shifted everything from suspicion to certainty. A message. Time-stamped late the night before. From Ryan to Sophie. We're good to move in next month. She hasn't noticed anything. I stared at the screen. Read it once. Twice. 3 times. She hasn't noticed. A quiet, bitter smile touched my lips. Because in that moment, I realized something he hadn't. I had noticed everything. I just hadn't acted yet. And that was his biggest mistake. That afternoon, something unexpected happened. A knock on my office door at work. 3 slow, deliberate taps. I looked up. My supervisor, Angela. Her expression was tight, controlled. Emily, she said, do you have a minute? Something in her tone made my stomach drop. I followed her into a side room. A table, 2 chairs, and a sealed manila envelope sitting between them. My chest tightened. What's this? She didn't answer right away, just slid the documents across the table. A complaint was filed. My fingers felt colder as I opened it. The words blurred for a second before settling into focus. Erratic behavior, aggressive tone, abuse of authority, unprofessional conduct. I blinked. Once. Slowly. What is this? I asked quietly. Anonymous, Angela replied. HR had to escalate it. I kept reading. Line after line. Vague accusations, carefully worded, designed to sound serious without being specific. And then one sentence. One detail that made everything click into place. A reference to a joke I had made. At home. 2 weeks ago. A private moment. Something I had said casually, laughing with Ryan. And now, it was here. In a formal complaint. My hands went still. Because only one person could have known that. I looked up at Angela. You know me, I said. Does this sound like me? She didn't hesitate. No. A beat. That's why I wanted to talk to you first. Something inside me sharpened instantly. This wasn't just betrayal anymore. This was strategy. He wasn't just cheating. He was preparing. Building a narrative. Positioning me as unstable. So when he left, he could leave. Clean, with sympathy, with credibility, with everything, except me. I left that room with the folder in my hand and a clarity I had never felt before, because now this wasn't emotional. This was tactical, and if he wanted to play that game, he had just made one critical mistake. He assumed I wouldn't fight back. That night, I sat in front of our home computer. Ryan had left his email open. Careless, arrogant. I searched. Keywords, drafts, notes. And there it was, everything. Plans, timelines, even reminders to himself. Document Emily's behavior. Make it seem gradual. If filing, show I tried to communicate first. I leaned back slowly, staring at the screen. Not shocked, not even angry anymore. Just focused. Because in that moment, something clicked into place completely. He wasn't just leaving me. He was trying to erase me. Financially, legally, emotionally, completely. But he underestimated one thing. I don't panic. I prepare. And when I decide to act, I don't raise my voice. I raise the stakes. The next morning, I called Rebecca Chen. Her name had come up before. Sharp, precise, relentless. The kind of attorney you wanted on your side, or nowhere near your case. Her office sat above a quiet coffee shop. Clean, minimal, controlled, just like her. She looked up when I walked in, her eyes scanning me in a way that felt immediate. "Emily," she said, standing, "you look like someone who's done waiting." I didn't argue. I sat down, opened my folder, and slid everything across the desk. Screenshots, receipts, bank records, messages, timelines, all of it. "I want out," I said calmly, "and I want it clean." She didn't speak for a few minutes, just read. Analyzed, connected, and then she looked up. Infidelity, financial misconduct, cohabitation plans. Her expression shifted slightly. "Emily," she said, "this gives us leverage, significant leverage." I nodded once. Good. Because for the first time in a long time, I wasn't reacting to what was happening to me. I was what would happen next. By the time Ryan realized what was happening, it was already too late. That was the difference between him and me. He acted in secret. I acted in silence. And silence, when used correctly, is far more dangerous. I got home before him that evening. The house felt different. Not because anything had changed physically, but because I had. I stood in the kitchen for a moment, resting my hands lightly against the counter, letting the quiet settle around me. Then I placed the manila envelope in the center of the island, not hidden, not dramatic, just there, waiting. When the front door opened, I didn't turn immediately. I listened. Keys dropping into the bowl, shoes kicked off. That same casual rhythm, that same assumption that everything was still under control. "You're home early?" he called out. "I felt like cooking," I replied calmly. He walked into the kitchen a second later, smiling, relaxed, unaware. Then he saw the envelope. His smile faltered, just slightly. "What's that?" I turned to face him. A pause, a shift. He didn't touch it. "Everything what?" he pressed. I met his eyes. Every message, every charge, every lie. The song was different from all the others we had shared. This one wasn't empty. It was heavy, final. "I met with Rebecca Chen today," I continued evenly. "Divorce papers are filed, accounts are frozen. HR has received a full rebuttal with evidence." His face drained of color. "You're not." "I am." He let out a short, disbelieving laugh. "This is insane, Emily. You're blowing this way out of proportion." I tilted my head slightly. "Am I?" His jaw tightened. "You're doing all this over what? Jealousy?" The word landed softly, almost gently, but it didn't touch me anymore. "No," I said. "I'm doing this because you used my life to build one without me." That stopped him. Completely. For a second, I saw it, the realization, not of guilt, but of miscalculation. "You checked my phone?" he asked quietly. "I paid attention," I replied. Another silence. Longer this time. His hands twitched slightly at his sides. "You don't understand," he said finally. "It doesn't matter what it was," I cut in softly. "What matters is what you did." His breathing grew shallow, faster. Because for the first time, I wasn't reacting. I wasn't emotional. I wasn't trying to fix anything. I was done. I didn't think you'd ever fight back, he said under his breath. I held his gaze. I know. A beat. That's why this works. He stepped forward suddenly, reaching for the envelope. I slid it back before his fingers could touch it. That's for the court, I said. You'll get your copy soon enough. He stared at me like he was seeing me for the first time, not as someone familiar, not as someone he could manage, but as something unknown, something he couldn't control. This is a mistake, he said again, but there was less certainty in it now. No, I replied. Staying was. I turned away then, not out of anger, not out of hurt, but because the conversation was already over. There was nothing left to say. The fallout didn't come all at once. It unfolded. Precisely. Exactly the way it needed to. The joint accounts were frozen within 48 hours. Every transaction flagged. Every withdrawal traced. The lease Ryan had applied for with Sophie? Canceled. Turns out landlords don't appreciate financial misrepresentation, especially when it's documented and submitted formally. Their deposit? Gone. Non-refundable, Carol called. Twice. Then Bill. I didn't answer. Not out of spite, but because there was nothing left to explain. They had been at that table. They had heard every word. They had watched me sit there and say nothing while they raised their glasses to another woman. They made their choice in that moment. Now, they could live with it. At work, the complaint against me disappeared just as quickly as it had appeared. Angela called me into her office again. Different tone this time. Different posture. It's been cleared, she said simply. Your record is clean. I nodded. Thank you. She hesitated. Why didn't you tell me it came from your husband? I leaned back slightly. Would it have changed anything? A pause. No, she admitted. Then it didn't matter. What mattered was that the truth stood on its own. And it did. Perfectly. Ryan didn't move out immediately. Not at first. But the house, it wasn't his anymore. Not really. Access codes changed. Accounts separated. Every piece of shared space redefined. And for the first time, I watched him adjust. Not comfortably. Not confidently, but uneasily. Like someone who had lost control of a situation they thought they had already won. Sophie didn't stay long. That's what I heard later. From Lisa, of all people. Apparently, once the lease fell through, once things became complicated, once there were consequences, she left. Just like that. No loyalty. No commitment. Just gone. Funny how that works. Ryan texted me once. Just once. I didn't think you'd ever do this. I stared at the message for a long time. Then I blocked his number. Not out of anger, but because I no longer needed to hear anything he had to say. The silence between us was finally honest. Weeks passed, then months, and slowly, everything settled. Not back to what it was, but into something new. Something mine. And for the first time in years, I wasn't surviving. I was standing. 2 months later, I pulled into the plant parking lot in a car I never thought I'd own, a black Ford Explorer. Clean, quiet, paid in full. Not flashy, but solid, reliable, mine. I sat there for a moment before getting out, hands resting lightly on the steering wheel, taking in the familiar sight of the plant floor beyond the windows. The place where everything had started. The place where they once laughed at me. The place where I had been underestimated. The place where I had built myself, piece by piece. Hey, Miss Carter. I turned. One of the guys from the floor jogged over, wiping his hands on a rag. Heard you're moving up again, he said with a grin. Regional ops lead, right? I gave a small smile. Yeah. He let out a low whistle. About time. About time. The words stayed with me as I walked inside. No family dinner this time. No forced celebration. No hollow toasts. Just a quiet office. A new badge. And a door with my name on it. Emily Carter, Regional Operations Lead. I stood there for a second, hand on the handle, and let myself feel it. Not pride in the loud, dramatic sense, but something steadier. Something deeper. Earned. Every bruise, every shift, every moment I had stayed silent when I should have walked away sooner had led me here. Not because anyone gave it to me, but because I took it back. My life, my space, my worth. That afternoon, Rebecca called. "It's done," she said simply. "Divorce finalized, settlement closed." I leaned back in my chair. And a small pause. She walked away with exactly what you wanted her to have. I exhaled slowly. "Nothing." "Nothing," Rebecca confirmed. "The judge even commented on your documentation, said it was thorough." A faint smile touched my lips. "It was personal." "I can tell," she said. "You turned pain into precision. Not everyone can do that." We ended the call shortly after. No celebration. No dramatic reaction. Just quiet. That evening, I stopped by a liquor store, picked out a bottle I used to think was too expensive. Not as a reward. Not as a statement. Just because I could. When I got home, I poured a glass and stepped out onto the back porch, the one I had rebuilt myself after that summer storm 2 years ago, the one Ryan said was a waste of time. The wood creaked softly under my feet as I sat down. The sky was painted in soft shades of orange and pink, the kind you only notice when you finally slow down enough to look. I leaned back, glass in hand, and let the quiet settle around me. No phone buzzing, no tension in the air, no feeling of being watched, judged, or compared. Just peace. And in that stillness, I thought about everything that had happened. The laughter, the silence, the betrayal. The moment I realized I had been shrinking myself to fit into a life that never truly made room for me. And I understood something clearly now. The problem was never that I wasn't enough. The problem was that I stayed in a place where I was treated like I wasn't. Love doesn't humiliate you. It doesn't silence you. It doesn't make you question your worth in a room full of people who are supposed to care about you. And if it does, it isn't love. It's convenience. And the moment you stop being convenient, you become disposable. I took a slow sip from my glass, letting the warmth settle in my chest. Then I set it down beside me. No toast. No dramatic declaration, because I didn't need one. The real victory wasn't in what I had lost. It was in what I had refused to lose, myself. They laughed at me once, thought I wouldn't fight back, thought I wouldn't notice, thought I wouldn't leave. They were wrong. And the best part? I didn't have to prove it to them. I just had to prove it to myself. The night air cooled slightly, brushing against my skin as I sat there, alone, but not lonely. Not anymore. Because this time, the silence wasn't empty. It was mine. My name is Natalie Pierce, and the night my husband decided to humiliate me in front of 50 people at the most expensive restaurant in town was the night I finally understood something I should have seen years earlier. Respect can die long before love does. And when it dies in public, when the person you have sacrificed for chooses to make you the punchline in a room full of applauding strangers, something inside you does not simply crack. It rearranges. I did not know my life was about to change when I stood inside that private dining room at Harbor Club, smiling through the soft gold light, the clink of crystal glasses, and the kind of polished conversation that always made me feel like an outsider pretending to belong. I had spent 3 weeks planning that dinner for my husband, Daniel Richardson, because he had just finished law school. I booked the room, coordinated the guest list, handled his parents, confirmed every detail, paid every deposit, and told myself it was worth it because this was his moment. And I was proud of him. God, I was proud of him. I had worked extra hours, covered the rent, the groceries, the tuition gaps, the endless temporary expenses that somehow became our entire marriage. I told myself that was what partnership looked like. One person carries more weight for a while, and then one day the balance returns. I believed that. I believed in him. That night, Daniel stood at the center of the room in a tailored suit, charming and polished, receiving praise like he had been born for it. His professors admired him. His friends orbited him. His parents looked at him like he was the crown jewel of their family. And I sat there with a champagne glass in my hand, watching the man I loved glow under the admiration I had helped finance. Then he rose for a toast. He smiled at me first. That was the cruelest part, because for one stupid second, I thought he was about to thank me. Instead, he lifted his glass, gestured toward me, and turned me into a joke. A wife with no degree worth mentioning. A woman who just worked and handled bills. A convenient little background character who kept the lights on while the important person chased greatness. The room exploded with laughter. His friends laughed. His professors laughed. His mother smiled. And in that moment, with champagne turning bitter in my mouth and my heartbeat pounding so hard I could hear it, I realized I had not been sitting at my husband's celebration. I had been sitting at the public execution of my dignity. I was 30 years old when all of this happened, old enough to know better, young enough to still believe that love and effort could fix almost anything. I worked in operations and project coordination for a mid-sized construction management company in San Diego. It was not glamorous work. Nobody at dinner parties leaned in with shining eyes when I explained what I did. I managed schedules, budgets, vendor disputes, permits, and the kind of daily chaos that makes other people lose sleep. I kept projects moving, kept crews informed, kept numbers from turning into disasters. It was practical work, demanding work, and it paid well because I was good at it. I liked that about my life. I liked structure, clarity, tangible results. Maybe that was why Daniel fascinated me in the beginning. He felt like the opposite of everything I was. He was articulate, polished, effortlessly social. He knew how to fill silence with charm. He could walk into a room full of strangers and make them feel as though they had been waiting all day just to hear him speak. We met 5 years earlier on campus. I had picked up a temporary evening shift at the university's student tech help desk because one of my cousins worked there and told me they needed someone organized and patient. My full-time career was already underway, but I was saving aggressively then, trying to build up a stronger financial cushion and maybe one day start my own consulting business. The campus shift was supposed to be temporary, a practical decision, nothing romantic about it. Then Daniel came into that tiny office like a storm in dress shoes. His hair was falling out of place, his tie was loose, and he looked furious in the very controlled way ambitious men do when they are one inconvenience away from panic. "Please tell me you can save this," he said, placing his laptop on the desk in front of me. "My presentation file is corrupted, and if I have to rebuild 20 pages of research tonight, I may actually lose my mind." There was something about the intensity in his eyes that made me want to laugh and reassure him at the same time. "Let me see," I said. He paced while I worked. He muttered to himself. He apologized twice for hovering, then hovered anyway. And when I finally recovered most of the file, the relief on his face was so sincere that it disarmed me. "You are a miracle," he said, pressing one hand to his chest. "I owe you coffee, dinner, my eternal gratitude." "Coffee is enough," I said, smiling. I expected that to be the end of it. It wasn't. He came back 2 days later with coffee and a pastry he claimed he had chosen very carefully after a rigorous analysis of what competent women with calm voices probably like. It was ridiculous. It was flirtatious. It made me laugh in a way I had not in months. After that, he kept finding reasons to stop by. Sometimes he really did need help with something small. Sometimes he just leaned against the doorframe and talked about his classes, about professors he admired and classmates he secretly competed with, about his dream of becoming the kind of attorney who mattered, the kind people respected the second he entered a room. "You know what I like about you?" he asked me once. "What?" "You actually do things. Everyone around me talks, theorizes, performs intelligence. You build systems that work. You solve problems. It's refreshing." At the time, those words reached straight into the softest part of me, because I had spent years being the dependable woman, the practical one, the one people called when something needed fixing. Daniel did not just notice that about me, he seemed to admire it. We dated for 8 months before he proposed. Everyone said it was fast, but when you are in love, speed does not feel reckless. It feels certain. He proposed at one of my project sites just before sunset. The shell of an old Victorian home was being restored, and light poured through the unfinished windows in long golden beams. I still remember the smell of sawdust and fresh paint, the sound of distant traffic, the rough texture of work gloves tucked into my back pocket. He stood in the middle of that half-finished room, held out a ring, and told me he wanted to build a life with me, the way I helped build everything else. With care, he said softly, with strength, with something that lasts. I cried. I said yes before he had even finished. When we married, Daniel was starting the hardest stretch of law school. I was stable, employed, and earning enough that we could make it work if we were careful. We never sat down and signed some formal arrangement, but an understanding formed between us almost immediately. I would be the financial anchor for a while. He would focus on school. Later, when he started his legal career, things would even out. We would look back on those years and know we had invested in our future together. At first, it really did feel like a shared dream. We stayed up late talking in bed, his head against my shoulder, his voice low and thoughtful in the dark. One day, he murmured, "I'll have my own office. And I'll finally stop answering emails at midnight," I said. He laughed. "No, you won't." "Probably not." "We'll be unstoppable," he said, kissing my forehead. "You know that, right?" I wanted to believe him so badly that I never noticed how often the future he described had his ambitions at the center and mine floating around the edges. I paid the bigger share of everything from the beginning, then the full share, then almost all of it. Tuition gaps, books, rent, utilities, emergency costs, better suits for interviews, parking fees, bar prep materials, dinner when he was too stressed to cook, groceries when he said his mind was too crowded to think about ordinary things. Whenever I hesitated, he knew exactly how to soften me. "This is temporary, Nat. You know I'd do the same for you. We're building something bigger than both of us." And sometimes, to be fair, he was sweet. He brought me coffee on brutal mornings, rubbed my shoulders when I came home tight with stress, told people I was the strongest woman he knew. But slowly, almost invisibly, the dynamic changed. At events connected to his world, I stopped being Natalie and became Daniel's wife. People asked him about internships, judges, firms, and future plans. When they looked at me, it was often with polite confusion, as if I were an accessory whose purpose was implied. His law school friends were especially good at making classism sound intellectual. They wore expensive clothes, spoke in confident half smiles, and treated education like a moral ranking system. One of them, Claire, once sat in our apartment drinking wine I had bought and asked, "So are you thinking about going back to school at some point?" I looked at her. "I already have a career." She blinked, then laughed lightly. "No, of course. I just mean long term." Daniel had heard that. He had smiled into his glass and said nothing. That should have told me everything. His parents were worse in quieter ways. His father, Thomas Richardson, had the habit of speaking to me warmly while also making it clear I did not quite belong in the world he imagined for his son. His mother, Patricia, was never openly rude, which somehow made it more exhausting. She preferred compliments with hidden blades. "You're such a practical girl, Natalie," she once said while watching me help clean after a family dinner. Daniel has always needed someone steady. Ambitious men can't be expected to think about ordinary life. Ordinary life, meaning me. Meaning the woman paying bills while her son chased prestige. I let too many things go because none of them seemed dramatic enough on their own. No single comment looked like a warning sign when held up to the light. But years later, when I looked back, I could see the pattern clearly. I was loved for what I provided, admired when I was useful, and slowly, invisibly, reduced from partner to infrastructure. By the time Daniel graduated, the man who had once looked at me like I was the strongest woman he knew had started looking at me like I was simply there, reliable, functional, expected, like furniture in a beautiful room. And the worst part was that I had begun to accept it as normal. Looking back now, I can see that the humiliation at that restaurant didn't come out of nowhere. It had been building for years. The signs were small at first, quiet, easy to ignore if you loved someone and wanted the story of your marriage to be a good one. Daniel began speaking about our life in ways that subtly erased me. Not cruelly, not openly, just conveniently. When people asked how law school was going, he would say things like, "It's been brutal, but I've made it work. Never we, never us." I noticed it once at a dinner with his classmates. One of them asked how Daniel managed financially while studying full-time. He shrugged casually and said, "You just tighten the belt and make sacrifices." I sat beside him, holding a glass of wine, thinking about the tuition payment I had sent 2 weeks earlier. $8,000. Sacrifices. Plural. But somehow, the sacrifices always sounded like his. I told myself it didn't matter. Pride wasn't important inside a marriage. We were supposed to support each other without keeping score. But slowly, little things accumulated. At law school gatherings, I became the woman who fetched ice, opened bottles, and smiled politely while conversations revolved around Supreme Court rulings and summer clerkships. "Nat, could you grab more glasses? Nat, do you know where the corkscrew is? Nat, would you mind helping Patricia in the kitchen?" No one asked what I thought about anything. Even Daniel stopped including me in conversations about his future. I would ask about internships. He would say, "It's complicated." I would ask about potential firms. He would say, "You wouldn't find it interesting." That sentence appeared more often as the years went on. You wouldn't find it interesting. Eventually, I stopped asking. The first real crack came during Daniel's 3rd year of law school. We were at a networking reception hosted by a major firm. I had spent an entire afternoon helping him rehearse answers to interview questions. He wore a new suit I had purchased for him 2 weeks earlier. When we arrived, the room was filled with lawyers and partners moving through conversations like sharks in dark water. Daniel transformed instantly. Confident, charming, brilliant. I watched him from across the room, proud in the quiet way that partners often are. Then I heard him speaking to a senior attorney. "And your wife?" the man asked politely. Daniel smiled. "She works in project coordination," he said. The man nodded. Daniel added casually, "She prefers practical work. I'm the ambitious one." He said it like a joke. The attorney chuckled, and something in my chest tightened. Later that night, when we were driving home, I asked gently, "Why did you say that?" Daniel looked confused. "Say what?" "That you're the ambitious one." He shrugged. "Well, you know what I mean." "No," I said quietly. "I don't." He sighed, the way people sigh when they feel forced into a conversation they don't want. "Nat, please don't make this a thing." "I'm not making it a thing. It was a joke." That word. Joke. I would hear it again later, many times. The second crack came when his friend Claire visited one evening. She arrived with a bottle of wine and a kind of amused curiosity she had always directed toward me, as if I were a fascinating but slightly confusing social experiment. We sat in the living room while Daniel showered. Claire looked around our apartment. "Nice place," she said. "Thank you." "Daniel says you're the one who handles most of the bills." I nodded. "For now." She smiled faintly. "That must be stressful." "It's manageable." She leaned back and crossed her legs. "You know what I admire about you?" she said. I waited. "You're very supportive. Most women wouldn't have the patience to bankroll a man's law degree." Bankroll. The word landed heavier than she intended. I forced a smile. "It's not like that." Claire shrugged. "Well, it's admirable either way." Daniel walked in at that moment, hair still damp from the shower. "What's admirable?" he asked. Claire raised her glass toward me. "Your wife's patience." Daniel laughed. "Trust me," he said lightly. "She's the practical one. I'm the visionary." The room laughed. I smiled again. But something inside me kept a quiet record. And that record kept growing. The third crack came months later when I accidentally saw a message on Daniel's laptop while helping him format a resume, a group chat with his law school friends. Claire had sent a message. Dinner at Harbor Club when Daniel graduates. Natalie's paying, obviously. Several laughing emojis followed. Daniel had replied. She likes playing the responsible one. I stared at the screen for a long time. When he came back into the room, I had already closed the window. I told myself it was just humor, just friends teasing each other, just another joke. But deep down, something colder had begun forming, a realization that I could not yet fully articulate. Because the truth is this: when people treat you like a joke often enough, they stop seeing you as a person. And when someone you love laughs along with them, the laughter starts to sound very different. The dinner at Harbor Club had been Daniel's idea originally. I want something elegant, he said weeks earlier. This is a big moment. And like always, I made it happen. Invitations, private room, champagne, seating charts, 50 guests. I even spent 40 minutes steaming his father's wrinkled blazer the day before the dinner because Thomas had shown up looking embarrassed and said, "Natalie, could you help me with this?" Of course I helped. Of course I said yes. That had been my role for 5 years. The dependable one, the supportive one, the woman who made everything run smoothly behind the scenes. But as I stood in that dining room, watching Daniel glow under the admiration of his peers, something deep inside me whispered a question I had never allowed myself to ask before. What if the story we were telling about our marriage wasn't the truth? What if I wasn't the partner in Daniel's life? What if I was just the infrastructure holding his life together? And what happens to infrastructure when the building no longer needs it? I didn't know yet. But I was about to find out, because a few minutes later, Daniel Richardson stood up, raised a champagne glass, and decided that the best way to celebrate his future was to turn his wife into the joke of the evening. The room grew quiet the moment Daniel stood up. It was the kind of quiet that carries anticipation. Chairs stopped shifting, glasses stopped clinking. Conversations folded into silence as 50 people turned toward the center of the room. The lighting in the Harbor Club's private dining room was warm and golden, reflecting softly against polished wood and white tablecloths. Outside the tall windows, the harbor lights shimmered across the dark water. Everything about that night had been designed to feel elegant. Perfect. Daniel adjusted his jacket and picked up his champagne glass. His smile was confident, practiced. The same smile that had charmed professors, interviewers, and half the room already. "My friends," he said, voice smooth and controlled. Everyone leaned in. I watched him from my seat across the table. My own glass hovered halfway to my lips. My heart felt strangely full, proud, tired, relieved that the long years of school were finally over. He looked directly at me. "I want to start by thanking someone very important tonight," he said. The room murmured approvingly. He lifted his glass toward me. "My wife, Natalie." For a brief moment, warmth spread through my chest. Finally, I thought. Finally. Everyone turned to look at me. I felt my cheeks warm under the attention. Daniel held that moment perfectly, letting the room settle. "This woman," he continued, "has been by my side through every late night, every exam panic, every meltdown over constitutional law and civil procedure." A few people laughed softly. I smiled. "She has been incredibly supportive," he went on. He paused again. That pause. Later, I would replay it in my mind 100 times, because it was the moment right before everything shifted. Daniel chuckled lightly, emotionally at least. The room responded with polite laughter. I felt a small flicker of confusion. "Emotionally?" Daniel continued, voice casual. "You see, Natalie and I have a very interesting dynamic." Claire leaned forward, already grinning like she expected something entertaining. Daniel gestured toward me again. "Natalie works a very practical job." The word hung in the air. "While I've been busy becoming a lawyer." More laughter. My smile stiffened. Daniel took a sip of champagne. "She likes to say we're a team." The guests nodded. "But if we're being honest," he added with a playful shrug, "she's really just been handling the background operations." Someone chuckled. My stomach tightened. Daniel's eyes sparkled with amusement. No degree worth mentioning, he said lightly. No grand career plan, just working and taking care of the house while I focused on the big picture. The laughter came louder this time. Claire nearly spilled her wine laughing. One of Daniel's professors clapped a hand on the table, amused. Daniel leaned slightly forward. But hey, he said with a grin, every successful man needs someone dependable running the small stuff. The room erupted. Actual applause broke out. I heard someone say, "That's marriage." The sound of laughter filled the room like a wave crashing against the walls. For a moment, I couldn't move. My fingers were still wrapped around the stem of my champagne glass. My heartbeat thudded in my ears so loudly it drowned out pieces of the noise around me. I looked at Daniel. He was laughing too. Not nervously. Not apologetically. He looked proud of the joke. Claire was wiping tears from her eyes. Thomas Richardson shook his head with an amused smile. "Oh, Daniel," Patricia said warmly, "you're terrible." Even the waiter standing near the wall struggled to hide a grin. I sat there, perfectly still. Something strange happened inside me then. I expected anger, embarrassment, humiliation. Instead, a cold clarity began settling into my chest. It was like watching a puzzle finally assemble itself. 5 years of tuition payments, 5 years of rent, 5 years of groceries, car insurance, textbooks, and professional suits. 5 years of being the responsible one. And this was how Daniel saw it. Not sacrifice. Not partnership. Not love. Just background operations. The laughter slowly faded as people realized I had not joined in. Daniel glanced toward me again. "Nat," he said lightly, "come on, you know I'm joking." Another ripple of laughter. My hands stopped shaking. That cold clarity settled deeper, because suddenly I understood something with absolute precision. I had paid for this entire evening. The restaurant, the champagne, the private dining room, the celebration. I had financed the party where my husband turned me into the punchline. I lifted my glass slowly and took a sip. The champagne tasted bitter, like metal, like something sour and electric. When the laughter died down completely, I placed the glass on the table and stood up. Every face in the room turned toward me. Daniel looked slightly uncertain now. People expected me to laugh, to say something playful, to be a good sport. Instead, I picked up my glass again and raised it slightly. My voice came out calm, perfectly steady. "Enjoy it, Daniel." The room fell silent. I held his gaze. "That will be the last joke you ever make at my expense." For a second, no one moved. Then I placed the glass back on the table. I adjusted my jacket, and I walked out of the room. No yelling. No drama. No tears. Just quiet footsteps across polished wood floors. The shocked silence followed me all the way to the hallway outside. Then the restaurant doors opened and the cool night air hit my face like a shock of cold water. I stood in the parking lot beside my car, breathing slowly. My phone trembled slightly in my hand as I opened the Notes app. 4 sentences. 4 rules. I typed them carefully. Don't text him back tonight. Document everything. Protect my peace and my money. Never confuse loyalty with stupidity again. I read the list twice. Then I looked up at the dark harbor water and realized something unexpected. For the first time in years, I felt free. The drive away from Harbor Club felt unreal. I didn't turn on the radio. I didn't call anyone. I didn't cry. The city lights slid past the windshield in quiet streaks, while my mind replayed the dinner again and again, like a slow-motion film I couldn't turn off. Daniel standing with that confident smile. The room leaning in. The laughter. That word he used. Background operations. My hands tightened slightly on the steering wheel. For years, I had thought of myself as the foundation of our life together. The stable ground Daniel could stand on while he chased his ambitions. But foundations are invisible. People only notice them when something collapses. I drove for almost 20 minutes before realizing I wasn't heading home. I was heading toward Eric Martinez's building. Eric had been my closest friend since high school. We met in a summer job stocking shelves at a hardware store when we were both 17, and convinced adulthood would be much simpler than it turned out to be. While I had gone into operations management, Eric followed his passion for food. Now he ran a food truck called Soul Tacos, a strange but wildly successful mix of Korean and Mexican flavors that had built a loyal following downtown. Eric lived in an old converted warehouse loft in the Arts District. Brick walls, exposed pipes, mismatched furniture that somehow made the place feel warm instead of messy. I texted him from the parking lot. "You home?" 3 seconds later, the reply appeared. "Door's open. What happened?" I climbed the stairs slowly. When I pushed the door open, Eric was already standing in the hallway, wearing cargo shorts and a faded band t-shirt, his hair sticking up in every direction like he had just woken from a nap. He took one look at my face. "Oh no," he said quietly. "Yeah," I replied. "That bad?" "Titanic hitting the iceberg bad." He stepped aside immediately. "Come in." The smell of grilled meat and spices filled the loft. Eric's kitchen was half restaurant workspace, half science lab of ingredients. He disappeared into the kitchen for 30 seconds and came back holding 2 beers and a pizza box. "Emergency supplies," he said. We sat on the couch. For a few seconds, neither of us spoke. Then he nodded once. "Start talking." I told him everything. The planning, the dinner, the toast, the joke, the laughter. As the story unfolded, Eric's expression moved through several emotional stages in rapid succession. Confusion, shock, disbelief, then fury. "She said, what?" he interrupted. I repeated the line. No degree, no plan, just running background operations while he becomes a lawyer. Eric stared at me. "Natalie, you've been paying his tuition." "Yes." "You covered rent for years." "Yes." "You bought that idiot 3 interview suits." "Yes." "And he said you live off him?" I nodded slowly. Eric leaned back and let out a long whistle. That man just insulted the person financing his entire life. The absurdity of the situation finally made me laugh. A real laugh. Short, tired, but genuine. Eric pushed the pizza box toward me. "Eat." "I'm not hungry." "Eat anyway." I took a slice. For a while, we sat in silence while I chewed slowly and let my body calm down. After a few minutes, Eric asked quietly, "So what did you say?" I told him that was the last joke he'd ever make at my expense. Eric blinked. "You walked out?" "Yes." "No yelling?" "No." "No dramatic speech?" "No." He nodded with admiration. "That's actually terrifying." "What is?" "That level of calm," he said. "That's the kind of calm people have right before they destroy someone's life legally." I took a slow sip of beer. "I'm not trying to destroy his life." Eric raised an eyebrow. "No? I just want to understand something." "What?" "How I missed it." Eric leaned forward. "You didn't miss it." "Yes, I did." "You trusted your husband," he said firmly. "That's not stupidity." I didn't respond, because deep down, another thought had already begun forming, a quieter one, a more dangerous one. I had trusted Daniel, but trust should go both ways, and if tonight had proven anything, it was that Daniel Richardson had never truly respected the woman standing beside him. I pulled the notes app was still open. Those 4 rules stared back at me. Don't text him back. Document everything. Protect my peace and my money. Never confuse loyalty with stupidity again. Eric watched me. "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking," I said slowly, "that before I decide anything about my marriage, I need to see the numbers." "The numbers?" "Yes." "Of what?" "Everything. 5 years of life together. 5 years of bills, tuition payments, rent transfers, grocery receipts, textbooks, professional clothes, conference trips. If Daniel believed I was living off him, then the truth was about to become very important." Eric leaned back slowly. "You're about to audit your own marriage, aren't you?" "Yes." He took a long sip of beer. "Remind me never to make you angry." "I'm not angry," I said quietly. "Then what are you?" I looked down at the phone screen again, at the 4 rules, at the strange calm that had replaced the humiliation, and I realized something. I think, I said slowly, I'm finally paying attention. Eric nodded once. Good, because neither of us knew it yet. But the numbers I was about to uncover would change everything. The next morning, I woke up on Eric's couch with a strange, steady calm. For the first time since the dinner, my mind felt organized instead of overwhelmed. Humiliation fades faster than clarity. And clarity had arrived sometime around 3 a.m, when I realized something painfully obvious. Daniel had told a joke about me that night, but the numbers would tell the truth. Eric was already awake when I walked into the kitchen. He stood over the stove, flipping tortillas with the calm focus of a man who had turned cooking into both therapy and profession. Breakfast burrito? He asked. Yes. You planning a financial autopsy today? Yes. He nodded approvingly. I like that phrase, financial autopsy. I opened my laptop at his kitchen table and logged into my banking accounts. 5 years of history. 5 years of transactions. I started pulling statements. At first it felt routine, scrolling through deposits from my salary, payments for rent, utilities, groceries. But once I began isolating expenses connected to Daniel's education, a pattern emerged. Every semester, every invoice, every transfer. I created a spreadsheet. Fall semester tuition, $8,800. Spring semester tuition, $8,800. Books and course materials, $900. Bar preparation course, $2,500. Professional suits, $1,300. Apartment rent increases tied to moving closer to campus, thousands more. Eric sat across from me quietly, watching the numbers build. After 2 hours, he leaned forward. How much so far? $68,000. For tuition alone? Yes. Jesus. But that wasn't the full picture, because Daniel hadn't just been a student. He had been a student with a lifestyle. Restaurants with classmates, professional networking events, travel for mock trial competitions, bar association dinners, parking fees for campus. I kept digging. Receipts appeared like small pieces of evidence in a long trial. Textbooks purchased with my credit card. New laptop. Study software subscriptions, exam preparation materials. At some point, Eric brought another coffee and placed it beside me without interrupting. By mid-afternoon, the spreadsheet was complete. I leaned back slowly. What's the final number? Eric asked. I stared at the screen. $132,000. He blinked. $132,000? Yes. Eric whistled softly. That's not support, that's venture capital. For a moment, we both sat there, absorbing the number. Then I noticed something else. A line in the bank statements that didn't belong. A recurring transfer. $250. Then another. $300. Then another. Every month for nearly 2 years. The transfers came from our joint account, but the destination account number was unfamiliar. I leaned forward slowly. What is it? Eric asked. I don't recognize this account. How much total? I started adding. Month by month. Transfer by transfer. When the total appeared at the bottom of the screen, I felt my stomach drop. $7,200. Eric frowned. Where did it go? I don't know. I picked up my phone and called the bank. After 20 minutes on hold, a representative finally confirmed what I suspected. Yes, ma'am, the man said politely. Those transfers were initiated through online banking credentials belonging to Daniel Richardson. So it was authorized by my husband? Yes. Can you tell me what account received the funds? I'm sorry, I can't disclose details about an external account. I thanked him and hung up. Eric watched my face carefully. Well? It's his account. Secret savings? Yes. He leaned back slowly. So while you were paying for everything, he was building an exit fund. The realization settled into the room like cold air. 2 years. 2 years of siphoning money from our joint account. 2 years of quietly preparing a financial lifeboat while telling me we were building a future together. Eric shook his head. That's not just selfish. That's planning. Yes. I printed every statement. Every tuition payment, every transfer, every receipt. The printer hummed steadily for nearly an hour. By the time it finished, the stack of paper looked like the financial biography of a marriage that had never been what I thought it was. I organized the documents into folders: tuition, living expenses, joint account transfers. Eric helped me label the folders. $132,000, he muttered again. That's the official number. And the secret account? $7,200. He tapped the folder thoughtfully. You know what you need next. Yes. A lawyer? I nodded slowly. Because Daniel Richardson had spent 5 years becoming an attorney, but he had apparently forgotten one important thing. I understood documentation, and documentation wins arguments. The next morning, Eric handed me a piece of paper with a phone number written on it. My cousin used her divorce, he said. Name's Helen Brennan. What kind of lawyer is she? The kind people hire when they're tired of being nice. I stared at the number for a moment. Then I dialed. The phone rang twice. A woman answered with a voice low and confident. Brennan Law Office. Hello, I said calmly. My name is Natalie Pierce. A brief pause. How can I help you, Miss Pierce? My husband publicly humiliated me at his graduation dinner after I spent 5 years financing his law degree. Another pause, then a small chuckle. Well, the woman said, that already sounds like an interesting case. 3 hours after my phone call, I was sitting in a leather chair across from Helen Brennan. Her office was on the 14th floor of a glass building downtown, the kind of place where everything smelled faintly like polished wood and expensive coffee. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the harbor, the same stretch of water I had stared at the night I walked out of Harbor Club. Funny how life circles back to the same view. Helen Brennan was exactly the kind of lawyer Eric had promised. Early 40s, sharp dark bob, charcoal suit that fit perfectly, eyes that studied people the way surgeons study x-rays. She didn't smile much, but when she did, it felt dangerous. You brought documentation? She asked. I pointed to the 3 banker's boxes Eric and I had carried into the office. Helen raised one eyebrow. Good, she said. I like organized clients. She opened the first box and began flipping through the folders. Tuition receipts, bank transfers, apartment leases, credit card statements, every payment that had flowed from my accounts into Daniel's education and life. She worked silently for nearly 15 minutes. Then she leaned back slowly. How much total? She asked. $132,000. Her eyebrows lifted slightly. You financed his entire legal education. Yes. And he publicly mocked you for living off him? Yes. Helen let out a quiet breath through her nose. The audacity. She picked up one of the statements again. You know what this looks like? What? A very patient woman who spent 5 years funding someone else's career. That's exactly what it was. She tapped another folder. And this? The secret account. Helen flipped through the transfer records. Her expression sharpened. He moved money from your joint account into a private savings account? Yes. For how long? Almost 2 years. Total? About $7,200. Helen set the paper down slowly. That's interesting. Why? Because it shows intent. Intent? Yes. She folded her hands together. Intent to prepare financially while maintaining the appearance of a shared marriage. I stared at her. You mean he was planning to leave? Helen tilted her head slightly. Possibly. Or planning leverage. The room felt suddenly colder. For a moment, I said nothing, because a quiet realization had just reached the surface of my mind. Maybe the dinner wasn't just cruelty. Maybe Daniel believed he was already protected, already safe, already free. Helen watched my expression carefully. You're realizing something, she said. I think he didn't expect consequences. Most people don't. Helen closed the folders. But before we talk strategy, she added, I need to ask you something important. What? Do you still want this marriage? The question landed harder than anything else that day. For the first time since Harbor Club, I allowed myself to imagine the answer. 5 years together. Late night conversations. Shared apartments. Shared dreams. The man who once looked at me like I was the strongest woman he knew. The man who had laughed while 50 people laughed at me. My chest tightened. I don't know, I admitted quietly. Helen nodded. That's honest. For a long moment, we sat in silence. The truth was, I didn't feel rage anymore. I felt something heavier. Exhaustion. The kind that comes from realizing you have been fighting for a relationship the other person stopped respecting long ago. Helen broke the silence. Here's the thing, Natalie, she said gently. You're not standing at the beginning of a fight. Then where am I? At the end of an illusion. Her words landed softly, but firmly. You believed you were partners, she continued. But your documentation tells a different story. I looked at the harbor through the office window. A cargo ship moved slowly across the water. For a moment, I remembered the girl I had been 5 years earlier. The woman who believed sacrifice was love. The woman who believed patience would always be rewarded. Can I ask you something? I said quietly. Helen nodded. Do people ever come back from something like this? She thought about it for a moment. Sometimes, she said, when both people are willing to face the truth. And when they aren't? Her eyes met mine steadily. Then the person who is being used finally stops volunteering. The words settled into my chest, because deep down I already knew something painful. Daniel had not called, not once, not to apologize, not to explain, not even to ask where I was. And that silence said more than any argument could have. Helen slid her business card across the table. If you decide to move forward legally, she said, call me. I picked up the card. For a moment, the weight of the past 5 years pressed down on me harder than ever before. The humiliation, the betrayal, the quiet realization that the marriage I believed in might never have existed the way I thought. I walked out of her office an hour later and stood on the sidewalk outside the building. The city moved around me, cars passing, people talking, sunlight reflecting off glass towers. Life continued like nothing had happened. But inside me, something had reached its lowest point. Because the hardest part of betrayal isn't the anger. It's the moment you realize you might have loved someone who never truly respected you. And for the first time since the dinner, I allowed myself to wonder if walking away was the only honest answer left. The turning point did not arrive with a dramatic revelation. It arrived quietly, with an email. 2 days after my meeting with Helen Brennan, I sat again at Eric's kitchen table. My laptop was open, the folders of financial documentation neatly stacked beside it. I had spent the past 48 hours organizing everything: dates, amounts, bank statements, receipts. If Daniel believed I was background operations, then I was about to show him exactly how effective background operations could be. Eric leaned against the counter, sipping coffee. You're really doing this, he said. Yes. What's the plan? Simple, I replied. Facts. I attached a single PDF file to the email. A summary document Helen had helped me format. Clean, precise, impossible to misunderstand. 5 years of financial contributions, tuition payments, rent payments, education expenses, professional clothing, books. At the bottom, one clear number, $132,000. I stared at the screen for a long moment before typing. Hi, Daniel. Attached is a summary of the financial contributions I made toward your education and living expenses during our marriage. Consider this a courtesy copy before my attorney sends the official version. Natalie. Eric watched me press send. He slowly nodded. That, he said, is the calmest nuclear launch I've ever seen. For exactly 28 minutes, nothing happened. Then my phone rang. Daniel. Eric leaned forward instantly. Oh, you have to answer that. I picked up the phone. Hello. Daniel's voice exploded through the speaker. Natalie, what the hell is this email? I stayed calm. Documentation. You sent me a financial invoice for my education? It's not an invoice, I said. It's a record. You're being ridiculous. Eric silently mouthed the word ridiculous and rolled his eyes. Daniel continued, his tone sharp with frustration. You took a joke and turned it into a legal threat. I didn't threaten anything, I replied calmly. You're implying I owe you money. You implied I live off you, I said quietly. Silence. Then he exhaled loudly. That was a joke, Natalie. That word again. Everyone laughed. Yes, I said. They did. You're being sensitive. Eric covered his mouth to stop himself from laughing. I kept my voice steady. Daniel, you stood up in front of your colleagues and told them I had no degree, no plan, and lived off your success. That's not what I meant. That's exactly what you said. Another pause. You're twisting my words. No, I replied. I'm fact-checking them. Eric lost control and snorted. Daniel's voice tightened. You're making this look like I exploited you. You took 5 years of financial support and turned it into a punchline. It was a celebration dinner that I paid for. Silence again. Then Daniel spoke carefully. What do you want from me? That question surprised me because suddenly I realized something important. I didn't want revenge. I wanted truth. I want you to understand something, I said calmly. What? I'm not your joke. Daniel didn't respond, so I continued. You'll be hearing from my lawyer. His voice rose immediately. A lawyer? Natalie, you're overreacting. I'm documenting reality. You're going to destroy my reputation over a joke? No, I said quietly. You did that yourself. Before he could respond, I ended the call. Eric burst out laughing. That was ice cold. I wasn't trying to be cold. You told a lawyer he'd be hearing from a lawyer. I leaned back in my chair. That irony isn't lost on me. Eric wiped tears from his eyes. Oh man, this is going to get interesting. And it did. Because the next morning, while Eric and I were eating breakfast, my phone rang again. Unknown number, I answered. Hello? A calm male voice spoke. Miss Pierce, this is Robert Kane, senior partner at Kane Morrison and Associates. I sat up straighter. Daniel had accepted a junior associate position at that firm. Yes? I'm calling regarding an email you sent your husband that has circulated within our office. My stomach tightened. Circulated? Yes, he said carefully. Several attorneys attended the graduation dinner. Your documentation has raised concerns about professional conduct before Mr. Richardson begins work here. Eric's eyebrows shot up across the table. Mr. Kane continued. We would appreciate the opportunity to discuss this matter privately. Privately? I asked. Yes. What kind of discussion? There was a brief pause. Then he said the sentence lawyers often use when they are worried. We'd like to resolve this discreetly and make it worth your time. Eric whispered across the table. Settlement. I covered the microphone. That's what I was thinking. Then I spoke into the phone again. I'll speak with my attorney. Of course, Kane said quickly. Please let us know when you're available. I hung up slowly. Eric leaned forward. Let me get this straight. Yes. Your husband humiliated you publicly. Yes. And now his new law firm is calling to negotiate with you? Yes. Eric leaned back, stunned. Well, he said slowly, that escalated beautifully. But the truth was, something deeper had shifted inside me, because for the first time since Harbor Club, I understood something clearly. Daniel Richardson had believed the story he told that night, that I was small, that I was background, that I was someone who would quietly absorb humiliation and keep supporting his life. But documentation has a strange power. Facts travel. Receipts speak. And the moment his law firm called, I realized something Daniel had not. The power in this situation had already changed hands. 2 days later, I walked into the offices of Kane Morrison and Associates with Helen Brennan beside me. The building was exactly what you would expect from a prestigious law firm. Polished marble floors, quiet hallways, expensive artwork that looked like it had been selected by someone paid specifically to make rich clients feel impressed. I wore my best charcoal suit. Not flashy, not dramatic, just professional. Helen had insisted. Calm and competent wins more arguments than anger, she told me that morning. The conference room overlooked the harbor again, the same stretch of water that had watched my marriage collapse. Sitting at the table were Robert Kane and the firm's HR director, Margaret Chen. Kane stood when we entered. Ms. Pierce, Ms. Brennan, thank you for coming. Helen shook his hand firmly and sat down without wasting time on pleasantries. Let's get straight to the point, she said. Kane nodded slightly. That would be best. Helen opened her portfolio and slid a document across the table. Qley began reading. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the quiet rustle of paper. Then his eyebrows slowly lifted. "Ms. Brennan," he said carefully, "these demands are extensive." Helen leaned back in her chair. "Let me summarize." She pointed to the document. "My client financed approximately $132,000 of Mr. Richardson's education and living expenses over 5 years. Qley nodded reluctantly. "We've reviewed the documentation," Helen continued. "During a public event attended by members of your firm, Mr. Richardson falsely portrayed my client as financially dependent on him." Margaret Chen leaned forward slightly. "We're aware of the comments." Helen's voice remained calm. "Those comments were defamatory, professionally reckless, and demonstrably false." Qley exhaled slowly. "What exactly are you requesting?" Helen slid another sheet forward. "Full reimbursement of documented financial contributions." Qley looked down. "Approximately $132,000. Yes." Margaret spoke next. "You understand that would come from Mr. Richardson personally." Helen smiled slightly. "That sounds appropriate." Qley flipped to the second page. "You're also requesting a formal written acknowledgement of Ms. Pierce's financial contributions." "Yes." "And restrictions preventing Mr. Richardson from making further public statements about your client." Helen nodded. "Correct." Qley looked tired already. But then he reached the final section. His jaw tightened. "Mandatory firm-wide professionalism training using this incident as a case study?" Helen folded her hands. "Correct." Margaret Chen raised her eyebrows. "That seems excessive." Helen's tone remained polite. "Let me explain something." She leaned forward slightly. "If this matter proceeds publicly, the documentation will be filed in family court." Qley's eyes narrowed. Helen continued calmly. "Court filings are public records. Journalists read them, particularly when they involve lawyers behaving badly." Silence. Helen added one final sentence. "Imagine the headline. Young attorney humiliates wife who paid for his law degree." Qley closed the folder slowly. The room went completely still. Margaret Chen glanced at him. "Robert," she said quietly. He nodded. "Please excuse us for a moment." Qley and Margaret left the room. The door closed behind them. I exhaled slowly. Helen leaned back. "They're settling." "You're sure?" "Yes." "How?" "Because they're not protecting Daniel," she said calmly. "They're protecting the firm." 20 minutes later, the door opened again. Qley returned, looking 10 years older. Margaret followed him silently. Qley sat down and cleared his throat. "We're prepared to reach an agreement." Helen said nothing. Qley continued. "The firm will facilitate full reimbursement of documented expenses totaling approximately $132,000, pending verification." I stayed quiet. "The firm will also issue a written acknowledgement recognizing Ms. Pierce's financial support during Mr. Richardson's education." Helen nodded once. "And the professionalism training?" Qley winced slightly. "Yes." Margaret Chen added quietly, "It will be mandatory for all associates." Helen closed her portfolio. Excellent. The meeting ended 15 minutes later. As Helen and I stepped into the elevator, she smiled. "Congratulations." "For what?" "You just received the most satisfying financial apology imaginable." Outside, the sun was bright and warm. For the first time in weeks, my chest felt light. Daniel's law firm had made their decision. They had chosen reputation over loyalty. 6 months later, the ripple effects were impossible to ignore. Daniel's career started quietly, awkwardly. The story of the graduation dinner spread through the legal community faster than anyone expected. No newspaper articles, no lawsuits, just whispers. Law firms thrive on reputation, and Daniel Richardson had entered the profession carrying a story he couldn't erase. Meanwhile, my life had moved forward. I moved into a smaller apartment across town. I expanded my consulting work into a small business focused on operational systems for construction companies. Eric liked to joke that I had turned my marriage audit into a career specialty. Documentation queen, he called me. But the truth was simpler. For the first time in years, I felt like the main character in my own life again. One evening, about a year after Harbor Club, I stood in my workshop reviewing blueprints for a renovation project. My phone buzzed. An email from Daniel. Subject line: maybe we can talk. I stared at the screen for a long moment. Then I typed 7 words. My hourly rate is $200. Legal advice extra. I pressed send. He never replied. And that told me everything I needed to know. A year after that night at Harbor Club, I stood on a stage in front of 300 people. If someone had told me 5 years earlier that I would one day be speaking at a seminar about rebuilding your life after betrayal, I would have laughed. Back then, my world had been simple. Work hard, love deeply, support the person you believe in. But life has a strange way of teaching you the difference between support and self-erasure. The conference hall was quiet as I stepped up to the microphone. The audience was a mix of business owners, professionals, and people who had come for the same reason many of us do after difficult relationships: to understand how we got lost and how we find ourselves again. I looked out at the room and began with the truth. My husband once stood up in a restaurant full of people, I said calmly, and introduced me as the woman with no degree and no plan who lived off his success. A ripple of laughter moved through the audience. But this time, it wasn't cruel laughter. It was recognition, understanding, I continued. What he didn't mention was that I paid for his law degree. The room grew quieter. 5 years of tuition, 5 years of rent, 5 years of building a life that I believed belonged to both of us. I paused. And the moment he turned that into a joke, something inside me woke up. Because that's the part people don't talk about enough. Betrayal hurts. Humiliation hurts. But clarity? Clarity is powerful. Here's what I learned, I told them. When someone laughs at your sacrifice, the problem isn't your sacrifice. It's that you're giving it to the wrong person. Several heads nodded. I smiled slightly. After that night, I did something very simple. I stopped arguing. I stopped explaining. I stopped trying to make someone respect me. Instead, I showed them the truth. Documentation. Receipts. Facts. Respect isn't something you beg for, I said. It's something people either offer freely or reveal they never had. After the seminar ended, people lined up to talk. Some shared stories about divorces. Some talked about business partners who had taken advantage of them. One man said quietly, "My wife and I watched your talk online last month. It forced us to have a conversation we'd been avoiding for years." That felt better than any settlement check. That night, I returned home to my small apartment. It wasn't luxurious, but every piece of furniture inside it belonged to me. Every decision in that space was mine. Peace has a very particular feeling. It's quiet, it's steady, and it doesn't require anyone else's approval. I poured myself a glass of whiskey and stood by the window, looking out at the city lights. For a moment, I remembered the restaurant, the laughter, the humiliation, the sentence Daniel had said. No degree, no plan. I lifted the glass slightly. "You were right about one thing," I said quietly to the empty room. I did have a plan. I took a sip. Leave the moment, respect disappeared. Because that night at Harbor Club really was the last time anyone turned me into a punchline. Not because I fought back, not because I sought revenge, but because I finally understood something simple. The most powerful thing you can do when someone disrespects you is walk away with the receipts and build a life where your dignity is never negotiable again. My name is Elena Foster, and a few months ago, my life cracked open so violently that even now, some mornings, I still wake up feeling that same cold shock in my chest. I didn't know my whole world could collapse before sunset. I didn't know a woman could lose her job, her dignity, and the illusion of her marriage all in the same day. And I definitely didn't know that a conversation with a stranger in an old roadside diner would be the thing that stopped me from disappearing from my children's lives. But that is exactly what happened. That morning began like every other morning had begun for the last 10 years. I woke up before dawn, moved through the kitchen on instinct, poured coffee into the same worn thermos, packed my lunch in the old fabric lunch bag my mother had sewn for me when I first got hired, and drove to the manufacturing plant where I had spent a decade of my life proving that I was dependable. Not important. Not glamorous. Not management. Just dependable. The kind of woman who showed up early, stayed late, and believed loyalty still meant something. By noon, that belief was dead. They called me into the supervisor's office before my shift even started. I still remember the cardboard box sitting on the edge of his desk before he said a single word. My stomach dropped so hard it felt physical. Budget cuts, he told me. Nothing personal. They appreciated my years of service. Just like that, 10 years of my life were reduced to a speech so rehearsed, it sounded like he'd already forgotten my name before I walked out the door. And somehow, losing the job wasn't even the worst part, because when I got home carrying that box, my husband Ryan took one look at me and said the words that split something deep inside me wide open. He didn't ask if I was okay. He didn't ask what happened. He just looked at me with this tired, disappointed expression and made me feel like I had failed some final test I hadn't known I was taking. And before the day was over, he told me he was taking our children, Mason and Lily, and leaving. I can still hear my daughter crying. I can still see my son's face when he asked if I was coming too. I wasn't ready for what happened next. And I had no idea that by nightfall, one stranger's regret would force me to decide whether I was going to surrender or fight for the only two people who still mattered. I was 35 years old when all of this happened, and for most of my adult life, I had built my identity around one quiet, stubborn belief. If I worked hard enough, loved steadily enough, and endured long enough, things would eventually hold. Not become perfect, just hold. I met Ryan Foster when I was 23. Years before the children, before the mortgage, before the exhaustion that slowly settled into the walls of our marriage like dust no one had time to wipe away. He was charming in that easy, confident way some men are. Not flashy, not larger than life, just warm enough to make you feel seen. We met at a friend's 4th of July cookout. I remember I was standing near the drinks table in jean shorts and a faded blue tank top, trying to fix a flimsy paper plate that had bent under too much food, when he laughed and said, "You look like you're in a fight with that hot dog." It was such a stupid line. I laughed anyway. He offered me another plate, and somehow we ended up talking for almost 2 hours while people moved around us with sparklers and cheap beer and folding chairs. He had this way of listening that made me feel interesting, even though my life back then was pretty ordinary. I was already working at the plant, still new enough to come home with sore legs and a kind of rough pride about it. He worked in sales, wore clean shirts, spoke with confidence, and seemed like the kind of man who was going somewhere. I think in the beginning, he admired that I was grounded, and I admired that he seemed ambitious. That felt balanced then. It didn't feel dangerous. We dated for 3 years before we got married. Those years were simple, even sweet. Cheap dinners, Saturday errands, renting a little apartment where the air conditioner rattled all summer and the bathroom sink leaked every few weeks, no matter how many times maintenance fixed it. We used to sit on the floor eating takeout because we hadn't bought a proper table yet, and Ryan would talk about the future like it was a place he could already see. A house with a yard, he'd say. A swing set one day. 2 kids, maybe 3 if you're feeling brave. I'd roll my eyes and laugh. Let's survive rent first. And back then, he would grin and kiss my forehead, like the future was something we were building together, brick by brick. When Mason was born, everything changed in the way it always does. Sleep became fractured, money became tighter, love became less cinematic and more functional. We weren't 2 people dreaming on an apartment floor anymore. We were parents. We were schedules, diapers, overtime, grocery list, pediatrician appointments, and bills stacked on the kitchen counter. Then came Lily 3 years later, with her soft curls and huge brown eyes, and that little stuffed rabbit she dragged everywhere by one ear. By then, I was deeper into the routine of work and motherhood than I even realized. Wake up early, pack lunches, work my shift, pick up groceries, get dinner on the table, help with homework, wash uniforms, start over. And for a long time, I told myself that was enough. Not because it was easy, because it was honest. I believed in honest work. I believed in showing up. I believed that stability mattered, especially for children. I thought Ryan understood that, at least in the beginning. But as the years passed, something in him changed, or maybe something in him was simply revealed more clearly. He started making comments that sounded small enough to ignore if you heard them one at a time. You're too comfortable there. You've been at that plant forever. Don't you ever want more? Sometimes he said it casually, from across the dinner table while scrolling on his phone. Sometimes with a sharpness that made Mason go quiet in his chair. Sometimes with a laugh, as if he were teasing me and I was the problem for feeling stung. At first, I defended myself. It's steady work. It has benefits. It keeps this house running. And all of that was true. But the longer we were married, the more I began to understand that Ryan didn't just want more money. He wanted a version of me that looked more impressive from the outside. He wanted ambition he could brag about. He wanted movement, upward momentum, a better title, something shinier than a woman with tired hands and steel-toe boots who came home smelling faintly like machine oil and coffee. I don't think he ever fully respected how much of our life rested on the kind of consistency he had begun to resent. His family didn't help. His sister Jennifer was polished in a way I never was. Beautiful kitchen, coordinated throw pillows, soft voice, the kind of woman who made motherhood look curated instead of chaotic. She wasn't cruel, not openly, but there was always something in the way she spoke to me that made me feel like I was being assessed. "Elena, you work so hard," she'd say, head tilted slightly. It sounded kind, but underneath it, I always heard something else. Like, how unfortunate that this is the life you settled for. Ryan's mother was more direct. She believed men should lead, women should support gracefully, and appearances mattered more than most people admitted. Once, after a family barbecue, when the kids were outside and Ryan was helping his brother with the grill, she stood beside me at the sink and said, "You're a good mother, but men get restless when life stops growing." I remember freezing, a wet plate in my hands. "I'm not sure what you mean," I said carefully. She gave me a small smile. "I think you do." That sentence stayed with me for years, because deep down, I did know what she meant. I knew Ryan was disappointed. I knew he saw my factory job as proof that I lacked vision. I knew every time he asked whether I'd thought about school, certification programs, office work, something with real potential, he wasn't just offering ideas. He was measuring me against an invisible standard and finding me lacking. But I also knew this. While he was talking about potential, I was packing lunches. While he was criticizing my job, I was making sure the lights stayed on. While he was restless, I was reliable. And maybe that was part of the problem. Reliability is easy to take for granted when it never stops. Still, even with all of that tension simmering under the surface, I never believed the foundation was fully gone. Worn down, maybe. Strained, absolutely. But not gone. We had children who adored us in different ways. Mason, thoughtful and observant, always watching more than he said. Lily, all feeling and softness and sudden tears. We had years together, shared history, inside jokes that still surfaced once in a while. Nights when Ryan would reach for my hand absent-mindedly while we watched television, and I would think, maybe we're just tired. Maybe this is what real marriage looks like in the middle years. I mistook emotional distance for ordinary wear. I mistook disappointment for temporary frustration. I mistook silence for safety. And by the time that awful morning arrived, our marriage had already been eroding in ways I had been too exhausted, too hopeful, or maybe too afraid to fully name. I just didn't know yet how close everything was to breaking. Looking back now, I can see it clearly, not as one big moment, but as a series of small fractures that I kept stepping over, pretending they weren't cracks in the foundation. Because that's what you do when you're trying to hold a life together. You adjust. You excuse. You endure. At first, it was just tone. Ryan stopped asking me about my day. Not gradually, not gently, just stopped. I would come home, drop my keys on the counter, roll my shoulders to shake off the stiffness from standing all day, and say, "Work was rough today." And he'd respond with something like, "Yeah, well, that's factory work, right?" without even looking up from his phone. It wasn't cruel, but it wasn't care either. Dinner conversations became shorter, functional, logistics only. Mason has a school project due Friday. Lily needs new shoes. Did you pay the electric bill? We spoke like coworkers managing a shared responsibility, not like two people who had once stayed up until 2 a.m, talking about everything and nothing. And then came the comparisons. They always came disguised as suggestions. "You know, my coworker's wife just got certified in project management. She doubled her salary in a year." Or, "Jennifer says there are office admin positions opening downtown. Something cleaner, better hours." Cleaner, better. The words landed heavier than he probably realized. One night, I finally snapped. Not loudly, not dramatically, just quietly enough that it surprised both of us. "Do you think I'm not doing enough?" I asked, my voice steady but tight. He looked up then, like he hadn't expected the question. "I didn't say that. You didn't have to." There was a pause, long enough that the air between us felt thick. "I just think you're capable of more," he said finally. And there it was. Not anger. Not even insult. Just quiet disappointment. Somehow, that hurt worse. Because disappointment doesn't shout. It settles. After that, something in me shifted. I started noticing everything. The way he dressed, a little sharper for work than he used to. The way he checked his phone more often, angling it slightly away when I walked by. The way he seemed impatient. Not just with me, but with the entire life we had built together. One evening, Jennifer came over. She sat at our kitchen island, perfectly composed as always, legs crossed neatly, nails immaculate, her voice soft and measured. "Helena," she said, watching me as I wiped down the counter, "have you ever thought about transitioning into something less physically demanding?" I didn't look at her right away. "I'm fine where I am." She smiled gently. "Of course. I just mean long term. You deserve something that reflects your potential." Ryan didn't say a word. He didn't defend me, didn't redirect the conversation, just stood there, pouring himself a drink, like this was a completely reasonable topic. And that silence said more than anything else. Later that night, after Jennifer left and the kids were asleep, I stood in the doorway of our bedroom and asked, "Do you agree with her?" Ryan sighed, already halfway under the covers. "Elena, it's not about agreeing or disagreeing." "Then what is it about?" "It's about growth." The word felt sharp. "I have grown," I said. "I've built a life. I've raised our kids. I've worked every day for 10 years to keep this family stable." He turned toward me then, his expression tired. "I know, but it feels like you stopped reaching." That sentence stayed with me. Because I realized something in that moment. He didn't see what I had built. He only saw what I hadn't become. After that, the distance between us became harder to ignore. He started staying out later. Work, he said. Networking. Opportunities. The kind of vague explanations that sound reasonable, but never quite specific enough to hold on to. I didn't accuse him of anything. Not then. But I started asking more questions. "Who were you with?" "Just coworkers." "Which ones?" "Does it matter?" That last question would always shut the conversation down. Because what was I supposed to say? Yes, it mattered. But admitting that would mean admitting I didn't trust him anymore. And I wasn't ready to face that. Not yet. The kids felt it too. Children always do. Mason became quieter, watching us with those thoughtful eyes, like he was trying to understand something he didn't have the words for. Lily became clingier, especially with me, wrapping her arms around my waist when I cooked, asking small questions that had nothing to do with what she really wanted to know. "Mommy, are you tired? Mommy, are you sad?" I always smiled. "I'm okay, sweetheart." But the truth was, I wasn't. I just didn't know how not to be. And maybe the clearest sign, the one I should have taken seriously, was how alone I started to feel in my own home. Not physically, emotionally. Like I was already being phased out of something I had spent years building. Like Ryan had already started imagining a life that didn't include the version of me I had become. And instead of confronting it head on, I did what I had always done. I kept showing up. I kept working. I kept hoping that if I just held everything together long enough, something would shift back into place. I didn't realize yet that the breaking point was already on its way. The morning everything broke didn't feel dramatic at first. It felt routine. That's what made it so dangerous. I woke up at 5:30, just like always. The house was quiet, that soft pre-dawn silence where everything feels suspended for a moment before the day begins. I moved through the kitchen on autopilot, coffee brewing, lunch packed, shoes by the door. I didn't even think. My body knew the rhythm better than my mind. Ryan was still asleep when I left. I remember pausing for just a second at the bedroom doorway, looking at him lying there, one arm thrown over his head, breathing slow and even. For a brief moment, I almost went back in, almost said something, but I didn't. I told myself there would be time later. There wasn't. The air at the plant felt different the second I walked in. It's strange how your body knows before your mind catches up. Conversations stopped too quickly. People avoided eye contact. The usual background noise, the hum of machines, the casual chatter, felt muted, like everything had been turned down just slightly. Then my supervisor called my name. "Elena, can you step into my office for a minute?" My stomach dropped instantly. That never happened. Not before a shift. Not without warning. I followed him down the narrow hallway, my boots echoing against the concrete floor, each step heavier than the last. His office door was already open, and there it was, a cardboard box, sitting neatly on the corner of his desk. My throat tightened. "Have a seat," he said, but I didn't. I couldn't. I just stood there, staring at the box, like if I didn't acknowledge it, it wouldn't become real. He cleared his throat, shifting awkwardly. "I'm going to be direct," he said. "The company is making cuts, budget restructuring. This isn't about your performance." Not about my performance. 10 years. 10 years of showing up early, staying late, never calling in sick unless I absolutely had to. And that was the sentence I got. "Not about your performance." "We appreciate everything you've done," he continued, but his voice had already faded into background noise. I could feel my heartbeat in my ears, loud and uneven. My hands felt numb. "What about severance?" I heard myself ask, my voice sounding distant, like it belonged to someone else. 2 weeks, he said, and we'll provide a reference. 2 weeks. 10 years reduced to 2 weeks and a reference. I nodded slowly, not trusting myself to speak again. The box was pushed toward me. I stared at it for a second, then reached out and picked it up. It was heavier than it looked. Or maybe I was just weaker than I thought. Inside were the pieces of my life I had left there over the years. My thermos, scratched and faded. My gloves with my name written in black marker. A photo Mason had drawn when he was 5. Stick figures holding hands, labeled Mom in shaky letters. A small birthday card Lily had made, covered in glitter that still clung stubbornly to the paper. My chest tightened. I walked out of that office in a daze. Out of the building. Out of the life I had built. No goodbye speech. No moment. Just gone. The drive home felt unreal, like I was watching someone else's life through a window. My mind kept replaying one thought over and over. How am I going to tell Ryan? We had already been struggling. Money was tight. Tension was constant. He had been pushing me for years to do more, to be more. And now I didn't even have the one thing I had always used to defend myself. By the time I pulled into our driveway, my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't turn off the engine right away. I just sat there, gripping the steering wheel, staring at the house like it might reject me if I stepped inside. 5 minutes passed. Maybe more. Finally, I forced myself to move. The front door opened with that familiar creak, and the smell of the house, coffee, laundry detergent, something faintly sweet from Lily's snacks, hit me all at once. Ryan was in the kitchen. The moment he saw me, saw the box, saw the time of day, His entire expression changed. Not surprise. Recognition. Like he had already expected this. "They let you go, didn't they?" he said. His voice wasn't soft, wasn't concerned. It was flat, resigned. Something inside me cracked. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. "It wasn't just me," I said quickly. "They cut half the floor. Budget cuts. There's nothing I could have..." "There's always something you could have done, Elena." He didn't even let me finish. Each word landed like a blow. "You could have looked for something better years ago." My chest tightened. "You could have gone back to school." I felt my fingers curl around the edge of the box. "You could have tried." Silence filled the space between us. Heavy. Suffocating. "I did try," I whispered. He shook his head, crossing his arms. "Not hard enough." That was the moment something inside me started to collapse. But what came next? That was what destroyed me. He looked me directly in the eyes. No hesitation, no softness, and said, "You're completely useless." The word echoed in my head. Useless. I actually felt it physically, like something had struck my chest from the inside. And before I could even process that, he added calmly, like he was stating a decision that had already been made, "I'm taking Mason and Lily with me." My breath caught. "What?" My voice barely came out. "They need stability," he said, "and right now, you can't provide that." I opened my mouth, tried to speak, tried to argue, but nothing came out. Not a single word. Because the pain wasn't just from losing my job anymore. It was from realizing that, in his eyes, I had already lost my place as a mother, too. Upstairs, I heard drawers opening. Zippers. Movement. Ryan walked past me without another word, heading toward the bedroom. I just stood there, still holding that stupid lunch bag my mother had made, still standing in the middle of a life that was being taken apart around me. And then I heard small footsteps. "Mama?" Mason's voice. Soft. Uncertain. I turned slowly. He was standing at the bottom of the stairs, Lily beside him, clutching her worn stuffed rabbit. Their eyes were wide, confused, scared. And in that moment, I realized this wasn't just my breaking point. It was theirs, too. I didn't cry right away. That's the part that still surprises me. For something that shattered so much inside me, there were no tears at first. Just this strange, hollow quiet, like my body had shut something down to keep me standing. Mason looked at me, then at Ryan moving upstairs, then back at me again. "Mama, what's going on?" he asked. His voice careful, like he was afraid of the answer. I opened my mouth, closed it, tried again. It's just a rough day, baby, I said finally, forcing a smile that felt like it didn't belong to my face. Lily tugged at my shirt, her little fingers tight. "Why is Daddy packing?" she whispered. The question hit harder than anything Ryan had said, because I didn't have an answer that wouldn't break her. "I don't know yet," I admitted softly. That was the truth. Even standing in the middle of it, I still didn't fully understand how everything had unraveled so fast. Ryan came back downstairs a few minutes later with a duffel bag slung over his shoulder. His movements were efficient, detached, like this was a plan he had already thought through, not something born out of the chaos of the moment. "I'm taking them to Jennifer's," he said, not asking, telling. "For how long?" I managed, my voice thin. "As long as it takes. As long as it takes." The words echoed in my chest like a sentence with no end. I wanted to fight. I really did. I wanted to say, "You don't get to decide that alone." I wanted to stand between him and the door, demand explanations, demand respect, demand something. But instead, I froze. Because somewhere deep inside, a voice had already started whispering the same thing he had said out loud. "You're useless. You lost your job. How are you going to take care of them now?" What if he's right? That thought, that doubt. It paralyzed me more than anything else. Mason stepped closer, his brows drawn together. "Are we going with Dad?" he asked. Ryan nodded. "Just for a little while." Lily's eyes filled with tears immediately. "I want to stay with Mama," she said, her voice trembling. My chest tightened so sharply I had to grip the edge of the table to stay steady. Ryan crouched down in front of her. "It's just temporary, sweetheart," he said. Softer now, but still distant. "You'll see Mom soon." Soon. That word meant nothing. I dropped to my knees in front of them, pulling both of them into my arms. "Mama's right here," I whispered, pressing my face into Lily's hair, inhaling that familiar, comforting scent that suddenly felt like something I might lose. Mason hugged me back tightly, but he didn't say anything. He was trying to be strong, trying to understand, trying to hold himself together in a way no 10-year-old should have to. Lily started crying against my shoulder. "Why are you sad?" she asked between sobs. I closed my eyes. "I'm not leaving you," I said softly. The words came out before I could think about them, because even in that moment, confused, shaken, barely holding myself together, I knew one thing: I wasn't going anywhere, even if everything else was slipping away. Ryan stood up, impatient now. "We need to go." I felt Lily tighten her grip around my neck. "Mama, are you coming?" she asked. That question, that single question, broke something inside me in a way losing the job never could, because I didn't have an answer. My throat closed. My chest burned. I shook my head slowly. "I'll see you soon, okay?" I said, forcing the words out. Mason looked at me, his eyes searching mine. "You promise?" he asked quietly. I swallowed hard. "I promise." Even though I had no idea what that promise would cost me. Ryan reached for their hands. Lily resisted for a second, clinging to me, her small body trembling. "I don't want to go," she cried. "I know," I whispered, kissing her hair. "It's okay. I'll be here." Eventually, she let go. That was the hardest moment. Feeling her arms slip away from me, watching them walk toward the door, hearing it open, then close. The sound echoed through the house like something final. I stood there for a long time after the car pulled away, just standing, not moving, not thinking, until the silence became unbearable. The house felt different immediately. Too big, too empty, too loud in its quiet. I walked into the living room slowly. Mason's homework was still on the coffee table, half finished. Lily's drawings were taped to the wall, bright colors, uneven shapes, stick figures holding hands. There was one of the four of us, all smiling, labeled in her careful, childlike handwriting. Mama, Daddy, Mason, me. I stared at it until my vision blurred. Then finally, the tears came. Not gentle. Not controlled. They hit all at once, like something breaking loose after being held back too long. My body folded in on itself as I sank onto the couch, sobbing in a way I hadn't in years. For the job, for the marriage, but mostly for the moment my children walked out that door without me. At some point, I couldn't breathe in that house anymore. Every corner felt like a reminder. Every object felt like evidence of something I had failed to hold together. I grabbed my keys without thinking, didn't lock the door, didn't check anything. I just needed to leave. I drove without direction. No destination, no plan, just movement. The sun was already setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and fading blue, but I barely noticed. My mind kept replaying everything. Ryan's voice, the word useless, Lily crying, Mason asking if I was coming. It looped over and over until it felt like I was drowning in it. And then I saw it. A small diner off the side of the road, old, faded, a flickering neon sign that read Eddie's. Warm yellow light spilling through the windows. It didn't look like anything special, but in that moment, it looked like somewhere I could sit without having to explain who I was or what had just happened. Somewhere I could exist without being judged. I pulled into the parking lot without thinking, turned off the engine. Sat there for a second, my hands still shaking. Then I got out and walked inside. I had no idea that walking through that door was about to change everything. The bell above the diner door chimed softly as I pushed it open. The warmth hit me first. Not just temperature, but something deeper. The smell of coffee, grease, something sweet baking in the back. The low murmur of voices, plates clinking. A kind of ordinary life continuing, untouched by the wreckage I was carrying inside my chest. It almost made me feel invisible, which at that moment felt like relief. There were only a handful of people inside. 2 truckers at the counter, laughing about something I couldn't hear. An elderly woman reading a newspaper in a booth near the window. A couple sitting quietly, sharing fries without speaking. I walked straight to the farthest booth in the back corner, facing the wall. I didn't want to look at anyone. Didn't want anyone looking at me. A waitress appeared almost immediately, like she had been watching me the second I walked in. She looked to be in her 50s, maybe older. Tired eyes, kind face. She didn't ask questions. She just poured coffee into a chipped white mug and set it in front of me. "Let me know if you need anything else, honey," she said gently. I nodded, wrapping my hands around the cup. It was warm, steady, real. Unlike everything else that day. I stared into the dark surface of the coffee, catching a distorted reflection of myself. I looked older, hollow, like something had been scooped out of me and left behind an empty version. Ryan's words replayed in my head. "You're completely useless." I swallowed hard, my fingers tightening around the mug. Then Mason's voice. "Mama, are you coming?" And Lily crying. "I don't want to go." My hands started shaking again. I had to set the cup down before I dropped it, because the truth was starting to creep in, slow and poisonous. Maybe Ryan was right. The thought came quietly, dangerously. You lost your job. You couldn't even fight for your kids. You just stood there. My chest tightened. My breathing grew shallow. I leaned forward, pressing my hands against my temples. What kind of mother does that? That question echoed louder than anything else. Not Ryan's voice, not the job, just that. And for a moment, a terrifying moment, I felt something inside me start to give up, like it would be easier to stop trying, easier to disappear, to let Ryan take over, to let life move forward without me struggling to keep up. The thought scared me, but it also tempted me. Because I was so tired, so deeply, painfully tired. That's when I heard it, the scrape of a chair right across from me. I looked up, and there she was, an older woman, probably in her 70s, silver hair pulled back neatly, deep lines etched across her face, not just from age, but from something heavier. Something lived. She sat down like we had planned to meet, like she belonged there. Her eyes locked onto mine immediately. Sharp. Clear. Seeing too much. "You remind me of my daughter," she said. Her voice was calm, steady, each word deliberate. I blinked, confused. "I think you've got the wrong person," I said quietly. "I've never been here before." She didn't move, didn't look away. "My girl's been gone 35 years, she continued, as if I hadn't spoken. "But that look in your eyes, I've seen it before." A chill ran through me. "What look?" I asked, barely above a whisper. She leaned forward slightly, the kind that comes right before someone gives up. My breath caught. Because she was right. I shook my head quickly. I'm just having a bad day." Her lips pressed into a thin line. Bad days don't hollow people out like that. Silence stretched between us. Heavy. Unavoidable. She extended her hand across the table. "Name's Margaret Kenny," she said. I hesitated for a second, then slowly reached out and shook it. Her grip was firm, warm, grounding. "Elena," I said. "Elena Foster." She nodded once, like my name confirmed something. Then she leaned back slightly, studying me. "You lost something today," she said. It wasn't a question. It was a fact. A hollow laugh slipped out of me before I could stop it. I lost everything. And just like that, the words started spilling out. I didn't plan it, didn't control it. It just happened. I told her about the plant, the box. 10 years gone in a single conversation. I told her about Ryan, about what he said, about him taking Mason and Lily. My voice cracked when I got to that part. I couldn't stop it. I told her about Lily crying, about Mason asking if I was coming, about how I just stood there, did nothing, said nothing. I gripped the edge of the table, my knuckles white. "What kind of mother does that?" I whispered. Margaret didn't interrupt, didn't offer empty comfort. She just listened. Fully. completely. And when I finally ran out of words, when everything inside me had been emptied onto that table, she spoke. "I know that feeling," she said quietly. I looked up at her. She was staring into her coffee now, not at me. "Different story, different details," she continued, "but the same emptiness, the same voice telling you that maybe everyone else is right about you." Her words hit something deep because they were exactly right. I swallowed hard. "I don't know what to do anymore," I admitted. "I tried. I worked hard. I showed up. And it still wasn't enough." My voice dropped. "And now my kids are gone." Margaret looked up again. Her eyes softened, but there was something else there too. Something heavy. Regret. "It makes you human," she said. I shook my head immediately. "No, it makes me a failure." Her expression didn't change. "No," she said firmly. "It makes you someone who's been knocked down. There's a difference." I let out a shaky breath. "You don't know me," I said. "You don't know all the ways I've messed up." She leaned forward slightly. "I don't need to," she replied. "I can see a woman standing at a crossroads." My heart started beating faster. "And I can see that you're about to make a choice that will define the rest of your life." The diner felt smaller suddenly, like the walls were closing in. "What do you mean?" I asked. Margaret held my gaze. "Because I made the wrong choice," she said quietly, "and I've lived with it for 35 years. Something in her voice, something raw, made my chest tighten. "What happened?" I asked. She exhaled slowly, like she was opening a door she had kept shut for decades. "My daughter's name was Claire," she said. 17, angry, hurt, felt like nobody saw her." She paused. "I worked all the time. Told myself I was providing, doing the right thing. But really, I wasn't there. Not the way she needed me to be." Her hands trembled slightly around the coffee cup. "We fought one night. Big fight. I don't even remember what it was about anymore." Her voice dropped. "She said she couldn't stay in that house, that I made her feel invisible." I felt my breath catch. "And I told her," Margaret's jaw tightened, "I told her if that's how she felt, maybe she should leave." Silence. Heavy. Crushing. And she did. My chest tightened painfully. "She packed a bag," Margaret continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "Walked out that door." She looked at me again. "And she never came back." The words landed like a weight on my chest. I couldn't speak, couldn't breathe properly. "We searched," she said. "Police, flyers, calls, nothing." Her eyes glistened. 35 years. I felt my hands curl into fists. "Do you know what that feels like?" she asked softly. I shook my head. But deep down, I was starting to understand. "It feels like living in a question that never gets answered," she said. "Every day, wondering where she is, if she's alive, if she hates me, if she ever thinks about coming back." Her voice broke slightly, and knowing that it's my fault. The diner went quiet around us. Or maybe I just stopped hearing it, because all I could feel was the weight of her regret and the terrifying realization that I was standing dangerously close to the same path. I couldn't move. I couldn't even blink for a few seconds after she said it, and she never came back. Those words didn't just sit in the air between us. They sank into me, heavy, permanent, like something that would never leave once it found its place. Margaret didn't look away. She let me feel it, all of it. The regret, the weight, the decades of unanswered questions, and suddenly my chest felt tight again. But this time, it wasn't just from what I had lost that day. It was from what I could lose. I swallowed hard. "What if it's already too late?" I asked quietly. My voice barely sounded like mine. Margaret's expression sharpened slightly. "It's not," she said. "You don't know that," I whispered. Because in my mind, I was already seeing it. Ryan closing the door. The kids slowly adjusting to life without me. Mason growing quieter. Lily learning not to ask for me anymore. Replacing me, forgetting me. The thought made my stomach twist. "I didn't fight," I said, my voice cracking. "I just stood there. I let him take them." Shame flooded through me so fast, it made me dizzy. What if they think I didn't care enough to stop him? That was the part that hurt the most. Not losing control. Not losing the job, but the idea that my children might believe I didn't choose them. Margaret leaned forward suddenly, her eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that made my breath hitch. Then you proved them wrong. I froze. How? I whispered. What if he won't let me see them? What if every time I try, he shuts the door? What if... Then you show up anyway. Her voice cut through mine, sharp, certain, not loud, but impossible to ignore. You show up when it's uncomfortable, she continued. You show up when you're afraid. You show up when your pride tells you to stay home. Her hand moved suddenly, gripping my wrist, firm, grounding. Because if you don't, her voice dropped, heavy with meaning. If you let this moment be the beginning of your absence, then one day you'll be sitting where I am. My breath caught. Alone, she added. The word hit harder than anything else. Wondering what they remember about you. My chest tightened so sharply it hurt. And whether they ever needed you to fight for them. And you didn't. That broke something open inside me, because I knew, deep down, that she wasn't talking about some abstract possibility. She was talking about me, right now, this moment, this choice. I looked down at the table, my vision blurring. I'm so tired, I whispered. The truth spilled out before I could stop it. I'm tired of trying and still not being enough. My shoulders shook slightly. I gave everything to that job, everything to my family. And it still fell apart. For the first time since she sat down, Margaret's expression softened completely. Not pity, understanding. I know, she said quietly. And that's exactly why this moment matters. I looked up at her slowly. Because this is where you decide what kind of mother you're going to be, she continued. My heart pounded. You can be the one who disappears because it's too hard, she said. Or... Her grip tightened slightly on my wrist. You can be the one who stays. Silence. Heavy. Final. I felt something shift inside me. Not fully, not all at once, but enough. Enough to make me realize something I hadn't wanted to admit all day. I wasn't just grieving. I was standing at a decision point. And the worst part? Walking away would be easier. It would be quieter. Less painful in the moment. No rejection. No confrontation. No risk. Just absence. But Margaret's face, the lines carved by decades of regret, told me exactly what that path led to. Not peace. Not relief. Just a different kind of pain. One that never ends. I closed my eyes for a second, and I saw them. Mason, standing in the doorway, asking if I was coming. Lily, crying, clinging to me. And suddenly, the thought of them growing up believing I had chosen not to fight was unbearable. I opened my eyes. I can't let them think I gave up on them, I said, my voice trembling but stronger. Margaret nodded slowly. That's your answer. I took a shaky breath. But what if I fail anyway? I asked. What if I try and it's not enough? She held my gaze. Then at least they'll know you tried. That hit me deeper than anything else. Because she was right. This wasn't about winning. It wasn't about control. It wasn't even about Ryan. It was about presence, about showing up, about making sure my children never had to question whether I chose them. Margaret released my wrist slowly. You can lose a job, she said. You can lose a marriage. Her eyes softened. But don't lose yourself. My chest rose and fell unevenly, because once you do, she didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. I already understood. I sat there for a moment, letting everything settle. The fear was still there. The pain was still there. Nothing had magically fixed itself. But underneath it, there was something new, something small, fragile, but real. Determination. I pushed my chair back slowly and stood up. My legs felt unsteady, but I stayed upright. I need to go, I said. Margaret gave a small nod. Yes, she said. You do. I reached for my bag, my keys, my jacket, everything suddenly feeling heavier, but also more purposeful. I looked at her one last time. Thank you, I said, my voice breaking slightly. She gave me a faint, sad smile. Just don't make my mistake. I nodded. then turned and walked toward the door. Each step felt like I was moving towards something terrifying and necessary. The night air hit my face as I stepped outside. Cool. Sharp. Real. I stood there for a second, breathing it in. My heart was racing. My hands were shaking. But this time, it wasn't from despair. It was from the realization that I still had a choice. And for the first time that day, I knew exactly what I was going to do. I sat in my car for a full minute after closing the door, hands on the steering wheel, breathing uneven, heart still racing from everything Margaret had just said. Don't disappear. Those words echoed in my head, overlapping with Lily's crying and Mason's quiet question. Mama, are you coming? I closed my eyes. And for the first time that entire day, I didn't see failure. I didn't see Ryan's disappointment. I didn't see the cardboard box or the empty house. I saw my children, and I saw what they needed from me. Not perfection, not success, just presence. I opened my eyes and started the engine. I knew exactly where they were. Jennifer's house. Ryan always went there when he needed backup, when he wanted validation, when he wanted someone to tell him he was right. Her house, with its perfectly trimmed lawn and matching curtains, had always felt like a place where things were controlled, where things made sense, where I didn't quite belong. But tonight, that didn't matter. The drive felt longer than it actually was. Every red light felt like a delay I couldn't afford. My mind raced through every possible outcome. What if he didn't open the door? What if Jennifer got involved? What if the kids were already asleep? What if I made things worse? My grip tightened on the steering wheel. No. That thought cut through everything else. Worse is not showing up. By the time I pulled into the driveway, my hands were shaking again. But differently. Not from fear. From adrenaline. From choosing something I hadn't chosen in a long time. To stand my ground. The lights were on inside. I could see shadows moving through the front window. They were there. My heart pounded harder. I stepped out of the car, the cool night air hitting my face, and walked up to the front door. Each step felt heavy, intentional, like I was walking towards something that would change everything. I raised my hand, knocked. 3 firm knocks, too loud in the quiet neighborhood. For a second, nothing. Then footsteps. The door opened, and there he was, Ryan. His expression shifted immediately, from surprise to irritation. "What are you doing here, Elena?" he asked, not moving aside. He didn't open the door wider. He stood there like a barrier, like I needed permission. I looked him straight in the eyes. "I'm here for Mason and Lily," I said. My voice was steady, stronger than I felt. "I need to see them." His jaw tightened. "This isn't the time. They're already upset enough. You showing up like this is just going to confuse them more." That old instinct, the one that told me to back down, to avoid conflict, rose up immediately. For years, I had followed it, chose silence over confrontation, peace over truth. But tonight, Margaret's face flashed in my mind. 35 years, and she never came back. Something inside me locked into place. "No," I said. The word surprised even me. Ryan blinked. "What?" "I'm not leaving," I said, clearer now. "Not without seeing my children." His expression hardened. "Elena, you're being dramatic." "Am I?" I took a step closer, my heart pounding but my voice steady. "Or are you just used to me not pushing back?" That landed. I saw it in his face. A flicker of something, surprise, maybe even discomfort. "You lost your job today," he said, his tone sharpening. "You're not thinking clearly. This isn't about you right now. It's about stability." Stability. The word again. Like a weapon. I took a breath. Controlled. Measured. "Walking away without a fight is not stability," I said quietly. His eyes narrowed slightly. "They need consistency," he insisted. "They need their mother," I replied. Silence. Tension stretched between us, thick and charged. "You think showing up like this proves something?" he asked. "Yes," I said. I held his gaze. "It proves I'm not disappearing." That hit harder than I expected. because something shifted in his expression. Not agreement, but recognition, like he was seeing something he hadn't expected to see. Before he could respond, a small voice cut through the tension. "Mama?" My heart stopped. I looked past him, and there was Mason, standing in the hallway, eyes wide, hopeful. Before Ryan could react, Mason ran forward, slipping past him and throwing his arms around me. The force of it nearly knocked the breath out of me. "I knew you'd come," he said into my shirt, his voice tight. My arms wrapped around him instantly. "I'm here," I whispered. "I'm right here." And then, small footsteps, soft, quick. "Mama!" Lily came running, her stuffed rabbit clutched tightly in one hand, tears already spilling down her cheeks. She wrapped herself around my legs, sobbing. "I don't want you to go," she cried. My chest shattered. I dropped to my knees, pulling both of them into me, holding them as tightly as I could. "I'm not going anywhere," I said, my voice breaking. "I'm here. I'm right here." Mason pressed his face into my shoulder. Lily clung to me like I might disappear if she let go. And in that moment, everything else faded. The job. The fight. Ryan. None of it mattered. Just this. Just them. Behind us, I could feel Ryan watching, silent. Still. For a long moment, no one spoke. Just the sound of Lily crying and Mason breathing unevenly. Then, another voice. Soft. Measured. "Maybe you should let her come in." I looked up. Jennifer stood behind Ryan now, her expression thoughtful. Not cold. Not judgmental. Just observing. "They deserve that much," she added quietly. Ryan's jaw tightened. He didn't move at first. Then slowly, reluctantly, he stepped aside. "Fine," he said. "You can come in." I stood up slowly, keeping one hand on each of my children. I looked at him, steady. "This isn't about permission," I said quietly. "It's about being their mother." And for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel small saying it. We stepped inside together, and something inside me shifted completely. I wasn't just reacting anymore. I had chosen. I had shown up, and I wasn't going to stop. The moment we stepped into Jennifer's living room, the tension didn't disappear. It just changed. Softer on the surface, but deeper underneath. Mason stayed close to me, almost pressed into my side, like he was afraid if he let even a little distance form, I might vanish again. Lily climbed onto my lap the second I sat down, her arms wrapped tightly around my neck, her small body still trembling from everything she didn't understand. I held her, held both of them, and for the first time since that morning, I felt anchored. Ryan and Jennifer sat across from us. Ryan leaned back slightly, arms crossed again, but the sharp edge from earlier had dulled. Not gone, just quieter, watching, assessing. Jennifer glanced between all of us, her expression unreadable at first. Then she spoke, her voice calm but deliberate. "They were really shaken when they got here," she said. Lily wouldn't stop crying. Mason kept asking questions Ryan didn't know how to answer. Ryan's jaw tightened slightly. I felt a small, painful twist in my chest. Of course they were shaken. Their world had been pulled apart in front of them. I looked down at Mason. "Hey," I said softly. He looked up at me immediately. "I'm here now." He nodded, but his fingers tightened slightly in my sleeve. "You're coming back tomorrow, right?" he asked. That question. It wasn't just about tomorrow. It was about everything. I leaned down to his level. "I'm coming back tomorrow," I said. "And the day after that. And the day after that." His shoulders relaxed just a little. Then Lily's small voice. "Promise?" I kissed the top of her head. "I promise." The word felt different this time. Not fragile. Not uncertain. Solid. Because now I understood what it meant. We sat like that for a while, talking. Small things at first. Safe things. Mason telling me about a science project he had started. Lily showing me a drawing she had brought with her. 3 stick figures holding hands, just like always. But this time, I noticed something. There was no 4th figure, no daddy, just me. And them. My chest tightened. Not from pain this time, but from understanding. They weren't choosing sides. They were holding on to the one thing they were afraid of losing, me. Across the room, Ryan shifted slightly. "I told you they'd be okay," he said, though his tone wasn't as confident as before. Jennifer gave him a look. "Being quiet isn't the same as being okay," she replied gently. That landed. Even Ryan didn't argue. After a while, the kids started to get sleepy. Lily's head rested against my shoulder, her breathing slowing. Mason leaned into me, his body heavier now that the tension was finally easing. I stayed with them as long as I could, but eventually, I had to stand up. "I'll be back tomorrow," I said softly. Mason grabbed my arm immediately. "You promise?" I knelt in front of him again. "I promise." Lily wrapped her arms around my neck one more time. "Love you, Mama," she whispered. My throat tightened. "I love you more than anything," I said. And I meant it in a way I don't think I had ever fully understood before. When I finally stepped outside, Ryan followed me. The door closed behind us with a soft click. The night air was cool, quiet. We stood there for a moment without speaking. Then he said, "That was different." I turned to look at him. "Different how?" He hesitated. "Usually you would have backed down," he admitted. That was true. We both knew it. "I almost did," I said quietly. His eyes searched mine. "What changed?" I thought about Margaret, about her story, about 35 years of regret. "I realized something," I said slowly. "If I walked away tonight, I might not get them back the way I think I will." He frowned slightly. "I wasn't taking them away from you permanently. Maybe not intentionally," I said, "but distance grows, silence grows. And kids, they notice who shows up." That hit him harder than he expected. I could see it. His posture shifted. Less defensive, more thoughtful. "I just needed stability," he said, quieter now. "I know," I replied. "And I needed a chance." Silence again. But this time, it wasn't hostile. It was processing. Finally, he nodded. "We'll figure something out," he said. "A schedule. You can see them regularly. Not generous, not emotional, but real." And right now, real was enough. "Thank you," I said. He studied me for a moment. "You seem different," he said again. "I am," I replied. And for the first time, I actually believed it. I walked back to my car feeling something I hadn't felt all day. Not relief, not happiness, but clarity. My job was still gone. My marriage was still fractured, maybe beyond repair. Nothing had magically fixed itself, but something had shifted, not outside, inside. The next few weeks were hard, harder than I expected. I took whatever work I could find, stocking shelves, cleaning offices, helping my father in his workshop, fixing small machines for neighbors. It wasn't glamorous, it wasn't stable, but it was movement. And more importantly, it was proof. Proof that I wasn't what Ryan had called me. Not useless, just rebuilding. My father noticed it first. One afternoon, he handed me a set of old tools. "About time you started building something for yourself," he said. My younger brother came by a few days later, watching me work in the garage. "I don't know what changed," he said, "but you look alive." That word stayed with me. Alive. Because that's what it felt like. Not fixed, not healed, but moving. And the biggest change? My children. Mason started pulling me into his world again. School projects, questions, ideas. Lily kept drawing the same picture. 3 figures, holding hands. And now, every time, she made sure I was right in the middle. Not fading, not disappearing. Right there, where I belonged. Ryan's world, on the other hand, started to shift in quieter ways. Jennifer stopped automatically agreeing with him. I noticed that. Small moments, a raised eyebrow, a pause before responding, a gentle correction. Maybe Elena just needed support, not pressure. I heard her say it once. Ryan didn't argue, not the way he used to. Because the truth, once it starts to show, is hard to ignore. And I didn't need to fight him anymore. I didn't need to prove anything loudly. Because my presence, day after day, was doing that for me. A month later, I found myself back in front of that same diner, Eddie's. The neon sign still flickered slightly. The warm yellow light still spilled through the windows. Everything looked exactly the same, but I wasn't. I pushed the door open slowly, the bell chiming overhead, and stepped inside. The smell of coffee and fried food wrapped around me instantly. Familiar now in a way it hadn't been before. I scanned the booths, the counter, the back corner, but she wasn't there. Still, I walked to the same seat I had sat in that night, the one facing the wall, and slid in slowly, my fingers brushing over the smooth surface of the table. I could still remember every detail. Her voice, her eyes, the way her hand had gripped my wrist when she told me not to disappear. I ordered coffee and waited. 5 minutes. 10. 15. The door opened a few times, but none of the faces were hers. Finally, I stood up and walked to the counter, where the same waitress was wiping it down. "Excuse me," I said. "There was an older woman here about a month ago. Silver hair, maybe in her 70s. Her name was Margaret Kenny. Do you know her?" The waitress paused. Her expression shifted. "Margaret Kenny," she repeated slowly. Then her face softened into something sad. "Oh, honey," she said gently. "Margaret Kenny used to come in here all the time. Sat in that back booth for hours." My heart skipped. "Yes," I said quickly. "That's her. I met her right over there." The waitress shook her head slightly. "She passed away," she said. "Has to be at least 10 years now." Everything inside me went still. "That's not possible," I said. "She was here. We talked for over an hour." The waitress gave me a sympathetic look, the kind you give someone who's holding on to something fragile. "I don't know what to tell you," she said softly, "but she's been gone a long time." I didn't respond. I just walked back to the booth slowly and sat down. My hand rested on the table. The same table. The same place. And suddenly, it didn't matter whether she had been real in the way the world defines real, because what she gave me was real. Her words, her story, her warning. They had reached me exactly when I needed them, and they had changed everything. I sat there for a few minutes in silence. Then quietly, almost instinctively, I whispered, "Thank you." The words felt small compared to what I owed her, but they were all I had. When I left the diner that night, I didn't feel confused. I didn't feel scared. I felt steady. Not because my life was fixed. It wasn't. I was still rebuilding, still working multiple jobs, still figuring out what the future looked like. Ryan and I were working through a custody arrangement, carefully, sometimes tensely, but with more honesty than we'd had in years. Our marriage, I didn't know if it would survive. Maybe it wouldn't. And for the first time, that didn't define me, because I understood something now that I hadn't understood before. My worth was never in the job. It was never in Ryan's approval. It was never in how impressive my life looked from the outside. It was in this, showing up every single day for the people who needed me. Now when Mason looks at me, I don't see confusion anymore. I see trust. The kind of trust that only comes when a child knows she's not going anywhere. And Lily, every time she draws us, she still puts me right there in the middle, holding both their hands, exactly where I belong. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet again, I think about Margaret, about her daughter, about the life she lived carrying that absence. And I understand now what she was trying to give me. Not advice, a choice, a warning, a second chance she never had, and I took it. If you're listening to this, if you're somewhere in your life where everything feels like it's falling apart, I need you to hear this. You can lose a job. You can lose a relationship. You can lose stability. But do not lose yourself. And don't walk away from the people who need you, especially when it's hardest to stay. Because sometimes the smallest act, just showing up, can change everything. It changed my life. And every time I hear my daughter laugh, every time my son looks at me like he knows I'll be there, I know I made the right choice. No matter what happens next, I didn't disappear, and I never